1 2 1 2 1 1 2. Checking mic 1 2. Yes, on post. Yeah, post. 1 2. Check mic 1 2. Five, I suppose, because there's only three. These are the monitors. Okay. 1 2. Check mic 1 2. 1 2. Checking mic 1 2. 2 2 2. I'm not sure. Is the one you're receiving from? Oh, okay. So which means it's not coming from me. So maybe you can check on your side because you're not getting anything. And you're getting mine. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I'm not sure. You are getting mic. Mic check 1 2. One, two. Check mic 1 2. 1 2. 1 2. 1 2. 1 2. 1 2. For the camera.
Yeah, yeah. Not Mike is what he was saying. 1, 2. One is camera number 2. Mr. Conte, it's camera number 2. Are you sure? Are you sure it's this big one? One, two. No. 1. 1, 2, 2, 3. 1, 2. 1.
signposted. There's going to be your participation. This part of the ceremony is going to be live streamed. The parallel sessions will not be live streamed, so you can have a off-the-record discussion. Saying that, there will be rapporteurs for us to be able to take some actionable recommendations to form part of the communique and the white paper that we want to deliver post-event. But it won't be live streamed, so you will be able to speak openly and put forward your perspectives and your opinions in an honest manner. However, the auditorium will be live streamed to an audience, including the media. There are members of the media here, so if there's anything off the record, please do state it. That's it for me today. I think you've all got the program. We will send it via email. So yeah, I think we're going to put a QR code with the program to download as well, but there haven't been many changes, so if you've all received the email, the program is there digitally. So without further ado, maybe we'll kick off with the opening jingle, and we can commence our program on time. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Bonjour. Bon dia. Assalamu alaikum. My name is Ibrahima Sheikh Diong. I am the Director General of the African Risk Capacity Group, and I have the distinguished honor of being the Chief Facilitator of this roundtable. Let me, on behalf of the co-conveners, welcome you to the beautiful city of Johannesburg, but also welcome you to the first edition of the African Climate Roundtable. I think that deserves a big round of applause, the first edition in the Joburg. Let me also welcome those that are watching us online from around the world, which is a testimony of our commitment, our dedication to building a resilient Africa. And I have no doubt at the end of these 2 days, some incredible, actionable recommendation will come out of this. Now, for some of you who are following up the common world, the landscape, about last year in the beautiful city of Nairobi, African heads of state made a very strong plea for the African voice to be heard from around the world. But they also made a call to action for reforming the global financial architecture so that access to finance for Africa become easier. So we have the political voice from our heads of states. And last year also in Dubai, the COP28, we also heard the global perspective about commitment, pledges, which we hope will be materialized hopefully as soon as possible. But more importantly, the international community recognized for the first time the impact of loss and damage. Have decided to set up a fund entirely dedicated to making sure that the impact of climate change does not affect the most vulnerable. Today, in our roundtable, we gather here today with the objective of making sure the priorities, our needs, our expectations as Africans are clearly defined So when funding is actually available, we can direct them to where they actually need it. And that is why this roundtable is extremely critical. Now, you may have noticed I skipped the protocol because we are ready to get to work, simply because this is really a roundtable work. But I cannot actually proceed without recognizing the presence of ASG, UN Assistant Secretary General, Rina Galani, who has been appointed recently to handle the crises of El Nino in our region. And Nina, thank you for making it to the roundtable. Because this is also a global initiative, we're delighted to have with us the UN Resident Coordinator, who will be joining us shortly, obviously, to introduce Amina Mohammed. Obviously, I have to recognize members of my board, my chairman was here, other members of the board as well, but also the ministers that really came to join us on a short notice. And we have a bunch of private sector players. This is really a combination of so many stakeholders so we can have an inclusive conversation about climate finance. Now, everybody recognizes that the global climate crisis calls for global solidarity. That is why what you see on the screen today is a reflection of global solidarity, because we have global players, African players, all coming together, recognizing the urgency of the matter and joining forces to do what we're doing today. And I want to thank all of our co-conveners. I know I've been on the phone and convincing some of you to join us. The fact that this has been in the making for the past 8 months and becoming a reality is really a miracle, but also a sign of our commitment. And I really want to thank our co-conveners for being here. Our objectives are very straightforward. As you will see, it's about using our convening powers. Each of us has a convening power. Used separately, it's not powerful, but used together, it's more powerful. And that's why we join forces to make sure our convening powers put African climate finance on the table. Our objective is also to make sure we foster coordination, seize the opportunities, but also come up with tangible action that we can follow up as a group. So you can rest assured, a roundtable, it's not just talk, it's also about action and recommendation, and I have no doubt with the talent and the expertise we have in the room, we'll get to that. Now, I'm always one to say, what is the objective in the end of this roundtable? And I could not think of a better way of illustrating our objective, and that's a smile that you see on face, resilience. We want to make sure that smile happens all over Africa despite the climate crisis, and that is really why we're here. Yes, we'll have some very sophisticated conversation, but ultimately, each of us have to walk away from this room believing that we brought our contribution in making sure we make Africa a more resilient continent. And I have no doubt, with what we bring to the table collectively, we'll make Africa a more resilient continent. So without further ado, our opening ceremony is divided into 3 parts. I'm going to call out upon some speakers just to set the scene and welcome you. We'll have some very powerful messages from around the world and global leaders and African leaders who have joined us to really lend their voice and make sure that this event is successful, but more importantly, putting Africa on the map. And last but not least, I could not think of a better institution to really open our event than NEPAD, because that's really an AU continental development institutions. So hopefully they will make the case about why we need to put more resources in Africa. And after that, obviously, we can get into these parallel sessions where the business is going to start a conversation about climate finance, and I look forward to your contribution. So on that note, it is my distinguished honor to welcome on stage Dr. Motai Anthony Maruping, the chairman of the African Risk Capacity Group, for his opening remark. Dr. Maruping.
Thank you, Ibrahima. Good morning. Bonjour. Milan. Sanibonani. Mangwanani. Mone. Muremutsi. Alaikum salam. Bon dia. Jambo. And I'm thinking of a greeting in your language, but I'll keep it so that I don't take the whole time. I have the privilege, really, distinct honor of welcoming you to this important roundtable, scaling up climate finance and adaptation towards greater resilience in Africa. Needless to say, extreme weather caused disasters are on the increase, they are intensifying, and they are coming in all shapes and forms, mutating, so to say. Those of you who are mathematicians, it's like if you take a second derivative, the accelerator, you would see that it is at an increasing rate, not decelerating or constant rate, but increasing and intensifying at an escalating or accelerating rate. So really, it's good that we are here. I mean, you can take the example of the Sahel region. You know, it's often hit by drought, and on occasion here and now, every now and then by floods as well. East Africa now is drowning, Kenya, Tanzania with floods, and they have had bouts of drought, particularly in the Turkana area. Madagascar in 2022 was overrun by a tropical cyclone 5 times, in addition to drought. Then we have Mozambique, Malawi, Zimbabwe, and Zambia that have been hit very hard, and this time by drought, extreme drought. So we can see that it's here, it's happening. It was known that Africa is said to suffer most from extreme weather disasters, from climate change consequences. So we are here then to bring our heads together to effectively figure out how we are going to respond to this challenge. Here we are pursuing sustainable development goals. We are pursuing on this continent Agenda 2063. Of course, they do overlap greatly. We are pursuing high fives of the African Development Bank and the leadership of Akinwumi Adesina. And we have regional initiatives through regional economic communities, which we are pursuing. But how far will we go if we are going to get setbacks because of droughts, because of floods, because of tropical cyclones, because of breakout of epidemics that are the result of those disasters? How are we going to? This reminds me of a good friend of mine, just and a schoolmate, but he is late, Balezi Khaolate, who was the Minister of Finance of Botswana for a long time. He would say that he would not leave, when he is invited to a wedding, he would not leave until they sing his favorite song. In this song, the group would be taking 2 steps forward and 3 steps backwards. 2 steps forward. So the choir was gradually moving backwards. I think this is what will happen with SDGs, Agenda 2063, and the high fives unless there is resilience. Unless there is a way of minimizing the damage or the setbacks that are caused by this. So it is very important. And you know, sometimes we accuse the persons of being conservative, hard to change and so on. That's because they are risk averse, because you know, they have been doing those methods and they are afraid of all these weather patterns that are changing. But with this, they are given the assurance now to try the new new methods that would be adaptive to the change situation. So this will even unlock, knowing that there is this resilience, this help, this mitigation. It will give them the courage to try the new methods. So preparedness is very important. Collaborative action is very important. and we have to really have neat, elegant execution by those in the front line. You know, coordinated and concerted effort is imperative. So really, the thought on streamlining preparedness in the form of capacity, raising of necessary funds, apportioning of those funds, you know, modalities, and distribution, and making sure that those relief, you know, dispensations go to the target group out there in the village, to those vulnerable, vulnerable. But let me not steal the thunder of those who will be triggering our discussions here. Let it suffice that let's bring something together before we go to those global gatherings. But we have to have our thoughts together. So we welcome you most warmly to this round table. I thank our group director general Ibrahima Diong and his top brass that is here amongst you, and my fellow board member there, Honorable Chance Kabaya, who is seated there, very experienced, has been Minister of Agriculture and so on. So you are all welcome. And remember, it's a round table. In a round table, you are in a round table. So you put something on the table, we take something from the table home. So it's bring your own bottle party. So I hope you have brought your own snacks, which will be shared. You put them on the table and we all share in that. So what can I say but to say karibuni, bienvenue, you're welcome. Shukran.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
I think we'll make sure the organizers turn the square table to a round table so we can have a real round table. But Chair, thank you for putting the extreme weather conditions on the table, because this is really why we're here. And we've seen the devastation in Madagascar and Africa recently, so obviously it is important to put that on focus so we can actually be directed by the situation we have on the ground. Now, for some of you who attended COP28, there was a very bold decision that was made, and that is that for the first 4 years of the management of the Loss and Damage Fund, the international community has asked the World Bank to lend its hand at least until they find a home for the Loss and Damage Fund. So the bank plays a major, major role in making sure that we operationalize that fund, and that is why I am absolutely honored to have with us the Executive Director of the World Bank, Mr. Abdul Salam Bello, to deliver his opening remark on behalf of the bank, but also on behalf of his other executive directors of the bank who are extremely passionate about climate change. Mr. Bello. You can applaud.
Well, thank you very much, Ibrahima. Good morning all. Definitely, I will speak on behalf of my office as Executive Director representing 23 countries at the board of the World Bank. I'm not in a position at this stage to definitely commit the World Bank, but I like your negotiations skills, Ibrahima. Bonjour, sabah al khair, good morning. I wish I could do this statement in French, but let's, for the sake of translation, do it in English. First, really to thank you, Ibrahima, for having me here this morning and to discuss the important dialogue on scaling up climate finance and adaptation toward greater resilience in Africa. But also I want, before starting, really appreciate your personal leadership on this topic. You have established really ARC as a leading authority on climate change in Africa. You mentioned also our discussion during the COP in Dubai, so we have seen also the vision, the mission you have been leading in this regard. Our gathering today is timely as we take stock of COP28 including the ongoing efforts to operationalize the loss and damage fund, which is something we have been discussing quite extensively within the World Bank. As executive director representing Africa Group 2, that's how we are labeled, I represent a constituency of 23 sub-Saharan African countries, mostly the French-speaking ones. Commissioner mentioned Madagascar. Madagascar is part of our constituency countries. Those countries actually, they gather the challenges and opportunities of climate change, going from drought to land degradation. I see our colleagues from the UNCCD somewhere. But also forests, rising sea level, among others. Indeed, if you take the 10 most vulnerable countries, 4 of them fall in our constituency, namely Mali, Guinea-Bissau, Niger, and Chad. In this regard, I want to share a couple of thoughts on our perspective, but also how we can collectively enhance climate change for mitigation, adaptation, and resilience in Africa. Our office and ARC, we have been closely working on these critical issues over the last couple of years. One such joint effort includes the event we did together, Ibrahima, on climate finance in Africa that we hosted in the margin of COP28, where we had also not only the World Bank, but also our friends from the BADEA, among others, but other partners like UNCCD going forward. So now it's time for us to move this conversation to the relevant implementation operations, starting from the World Bank, of course, to implement our shared priorities. This is why our office lent its support to the fruitful engagement that Ibrahima had with the Africa region Vice President during the spring meetings a couple of weeks ago in DC. We look forward, of course, for a proper follow-up of those initiatives in the spirit of partnership. And I heard the word partnership coming back since this morning. As you know, climate remains at the heart of the World Bank vision and mission. We just conducted an important reform called the Evolution Roadmap, and looking at what we call the global priorities, the climate comes first, both mitigation and adaptation. But before even that, the bank has been quite engaged on the climate action through the Climate Change Action Plan 2021-2025, which is aligned with the Paris Agreement. In this regard, the bank for this fiscal year 2023 has engaged about $36.8 billion on climate-related programs and projects. And by 2025, the World Bank intends to dedicate 45% of its annual commitment to be split equally on adaptation and mitigation. Therefore, we believe that there is an opportunity for ARC to work with us, to work with the World Bank and other DFIs, to put the emphasis on adaptation and resilience, especially in the low-income countries, but also in the small islands developing states that are particularly vulnerable to climate-related effects. We want the diversification undertaken by ARC to go beyond droughts and touch on issues related to floods, cyclones, while prioritizing early warning systems. In our constituent countries, there is a huge need for building framework and processes to face natural disaster. Commissioner mentioned the Sahel this morning. If you take a report the World Bank did a couple of years ago on the Sahel, G5 Sahel, called Country Climate Development Report, this report shows that the cost of inaction, if we do nothing from now on to 2015, you will have 13.5 million people who will fall into extreme poverty. Therefore, we need to build on the significant opportunities for the Sahel, for instance, to address challenges such as the food security, community tension, illegal migration, and other climate-related social and political challenges. And we see the political landscape today in the region. In this respect, we are calling and insisting that the international community keep following up on its commitments made during the One Planet Summit in 2021 to implement the Great Green Wall and help address the issues of dry lands in Africa. On the Loss and Damage Fund, the World Bank is working diligently with the board to the said fund within the framework of the COP28 decision to operationalize those funds. That said, as Africans, we have also to remain consistent on those positions, remain vocal, consistent, persistent on those positions. We continue to underscore the importance of direct access to the fund resources through finance ministries. We need to learn lessons from the challenges of climate finances access, such as the GCF, among others. But we insist also on clear modalities with respect to directly accessing the funds, especially given the emergency linked to climate loss and damage. In this regard, what we say at the board, we have our motto, which we could say, speed, scale, and impact. Speed, scale, and impact. We have to be mindful on the timing, as the process is expected to be finalized in a couple of months in August 2024. To date, $661 million have been committed. We need more resources to address loss and damage, including through green bonds and taxation. We also need to see synergies with the bank's own initiatives on debt suspension clause for vulnerable countries in the event of natural disasters. Furthermore, we should keep advocating for an ambitious IDA 21. We were just coming from Nairobi, where we had the Africa Head of State Summit on IDA, and IDA is a good tool to address the challenges on adaptation and resilience, building in our country, especially as we are confronted with the combined effects, not only still of the COVID-19, the fragility, scarce resources, growing debt burden. This is a very objective of the IDA 21 Africa Summit that we had in Nairobi. And linking Nairobi, we have seen also, exactly as I said this morning, the issue of climate and flooding, not only in Kenya, but in Eastern Africa. Finally, private sector, civil society. We need to have those parties also strongly involved. At the bank, we have IFC and MIGA that can support the initiatives to benefit local communities, women, young people, but also through new instruments the bank is conducting under this new reform. For instance, the new MIGA guarantees platform. We believe that this is an excellent opportunity to bridge with ARC. To conclude, we are aware of the daunting challenges on climate finance to address mitigation, adaptation, and resilience building in Africa. But we also have endless opportunities. Therefore, we should, even we must, join forces for the best outcomes to build resilient and prosperous communities and countries. Indeed, this is the time for action. I want to finish by leaving you with this quote from Nelson Mandela. The more we lack courage and the will to act, the more we condemn to death our brothers and sisters, our children, and our grandchildren. When the history of our time is written, will we be remembered as a generation that turned our backs in a moment of global crisis, or will we be recorded that we did the right thing? So let's do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bello. Obviously, I need to work on my negotiation skills because I was expecting a breaking news from the World Bank from Washington, D.C. But again, I appreciate the fact that you put the need and the urgency of honoring the commitment from the global international community. And I have no doubt with your advocacy and your voice at the World Bank, you will continue to push for this action so we can get speed and scalability, as you mentioned it. Now, before I move to the next part of our opening ceremony, and that is the messages, I think I want to just underscore the story behind this event, particularly the convening power that we have. I was just looking at the list of people who actually appreciate the opportunity, but also decide to join us, and how within 6 months we're able to bring 10 people, 10 organizations together. It's really impressive, and that story should not be lost. I'm looking at the NEPAD, and this is the AU Continental Development Institutions, whose job is to coordinate and bring us together. I'm looking at WFP, Woodford Program, who's our host here in Southern Africa, but the work they're doing in the region is just remarkable in humanitarian intervention. I'm looking at Badea, who is extremely aggressive in pushing the Arab-Africa Partnership on Disaster Risk Management. UN Habitat, we should not lose the fact that it's also urban resilience, which doesn't get talked about quite often. That's also part of the story. I'm looking at the African Guarantee Fund, which is very bold in pushing the green economy, green business, supporting African SMEs. ACBF, very strong on capacity building and making sure we prepare our project if we go and raise money. Looking at AI, which is an initiative entirely focused in making sure we scale up adaptations across the continent. GGGI, a global player based in South Korea, led by the former Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, also extremely bold in looking at different aspects of climate change. ARC Limited, the affiliate of the ARC Group, playing a major role in risk pooling, completing the overall business model of ARC. And last but not least, Afri-Exim Bank, which is also a continental organization doing a remarkable job on the continent. So quite frankly, join me in really thanking our co-conveners for not only putting their time, their energy, their knowledge, and their money, because some of them have contributed really to this organization, and that's why we're here today. Now, the next segment of the opening ceremony, I am super excited about this, because I don't know who to thank for this, but maybe miracles do happen sometime. Within a very short period of time, we're able to actually gather some incredible voices from around the world to not only support what we're doing here, but to support Africa. And the one that everybody knows is a great supporter of this continent and climate change is the Deputy Director, Secretary General, of the United Nations, Amina Mohammed. Great supporter of what we do, but you don't have to listen to me because we are delighted to have with us the UN Resident Coordinator, Mr. Nelson, my good buddy here, my friends, to come on stage and introduce the video of the Secretary General. Nelson, on stage.
Thank you so much, my brother Ibrahima. And I know you're not really here to listen to me. I'm just here to introduce a video from my boss, the Deputy Secretary General. But permit me to just say a few words which really go to the heart of what we're doing in South Africa, but also what you will hear and the message that she will be putting forward. And I stand on existing protocol, acknowledging all the partners who have come together to pull together this incredible, but really pertinent event. You will hear, I'm sure, over the course of the next 2 days why it's so important for us to course correct, because we're not on track to deliver on the promises for people and planet. First, with regards to the Sustainable Development Goals and certainly the Climate Paris Agreement that we're all here trying to push forward. And in the UN in South Africa, we're really trying to also ensure that in the midst of everything that is happening, the cascading effects of climate change, but also other crises, that we're really also focusing in accompanying the government and people of South Africa to respond resolutely to the problems that they're facing. And in the midst also of El Nino and its impact in the sub-region, we're also very acutely aware of the need to do this collaboratively. So that's why coming together in the way you're all coming together, in the way we're all coming together, and as you will hear in the video message from the Deputy Secretary General, it is important that we focus, raise the resources that are necessary, embrace the policy changes that are important for us to be able to advance, and do this within a time frame that keeps us on track to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. Last year at the SDG Summit, we heard we're off track. The Secretary General announced the need for a rescue plan for people and planet. Leaders met in Dubai and also recommitted to taking action on climate change, loss and damage, and other interventions. And so the question is, why the delay, and what more should we be doing? We have no excuse. We have no other planet, as we've heard as well. So that's why it is really important that leadership, collective leadership, individual action should be at the core of what we're trying to do. So I thank you again, my brother, for this opportunity. And as the Deputy Secretary General alludes to in the video that you'll be watching right now, we have to work this journey together. And you can count on the United Nations to play its part, along with all the partners, in delivering what is necessary, and in a timely manner as well. So thank you again.
Excellencies, dear friends and colleagues, we are at a moment of crisis, but also an unprecedented opportunity to reshape our societies as we contend with climate disruption. You are uniquely positioned to help us uncover and tap vast opportunities to transform Africa's energy systems, spur a renewables revolution that creates jobs for young Africans, and strengthen livelihoods as impacts reshape our daily lives. Despite our small carbon footprint, Africans bear the brunt of climate impacts and barriers to sustainable development. Temperatures in Africa are rising faster than the global average. Floods in East Africa have taken many lives and displaced over 200,000 people. Urgent action and funding is required to ensure climate resilient and prosperous Africa. Africa stands ready to act, but it cannot do it without genuine partnerships. National climate plans across this continent have never been more comprehensive, providing pipelines for investment. Yet Africa's capacity is hobbled by a lack of access to long-term affordable finance. The continent needs an additional $70 billion per year between now and 2030 to meet its adaptation and resilience building needs, and around $194 billion annually to accelerate action towards the Sustainable Development Goals. Without it, the future of the world's most youthful population and economy will be on the line. Excellencies, today's meeting must help define new strategies and forge innovative partnerships in Africa to scale up technical and financial resources that accelerate adaptation and resilience efforts to meet our Paris commitment to a 1.5-degree world and Agenda 2063. Let's work together to ensure that no one's left behind, and I wish you all a productive event. Thank you.
Indeed, no one is left behind, and thank you, my brother Nelson, for those words, but also for, again, reminding us why we're here. Now, our next speaker has been seen around the world in hotspot in the case of humanitarian intervention, has also shown passion and dedication when it comes to supporting the most vulnerable. Our next video is incredibly impressive because we only reach out to the Executive Director of the World Food Program in a very short period of time, thanks to our good brother here, the Regional Director. And he was able to come on and provide the video of support. But you don't have to listen to me because the Regional Director is here to introduce her. And give a round of applause, the Regional Director of World Food Program.
Well, thank you very much, Ibrahima, my friend and colleagues. My job is easy. I just wanted the video, she's my boss, so I wanted to introduce that. But let me say a few words on our relationship with ARC and WFP. About 12, 13 years ago, WFP was working on droughts and so forth. But we realized that there must be an institution that actually takes the responsibility. And that was how ARC started. We started in WFP, and then it is now one of the major institutions, not only in Africa, even in the world, that is really looking at how do we respond to issues of climate. And we are very lucky that it is being led by Ibrahima, my friend. And so what WFP wants to do, and with all the colleagues, is support the African institutions. Support the African institutions, support the African governments, and I'm glad that here we have member countries that are participating here. Over the last 6 months, I have traveled around in the SADC countries. I met several heads of state who actually knew the climate is here, but they didn't have the El Nino is here, but they didn't have the resources that they needed. And I just one example to give you. I was in Zambia, and the president of Zambia said, you know, if we have resources, we can grow now crops in irrigation, and which would be in 3 months, we will have the food. But the resources were not there. Now, that is what the hope we have is we to avail resources for those governments to do the right thing. And it's only the right thing, and if we ignore what is happening to those continents, the countries, then we are ignoring the continent, we are ignoring the world. Because without dealing with the issues in Africa, we will not be able to have a peaceful world. And with this, I would like to introduce the video of Ms. McCain, who is our executive director, and she would have loved to be here. She has already met 5 presidents in this continent, and in fact, she would be participating at the upcoming SADC on the 20th. There is a SADC meeting of heads of state who would be talking about El Nino. And so she would be participating in that, but today she would have wanted to be with us, but she's sending her message. Thank you.
It's great to be with you at the Africa Climate Roundtable for these important discussions. This meeting comes at a time when the continent and the world is at a crossroads. As we address rising global hunger, we must scale up a robust and coordinated climate response. In Africa, a continent that has contributed the least to the current acceleration of global warming, the impacts of climate change are felt the hardest. And so for Africa, this call to action is more urgent than ever. We know that climate shocks drive hunger, displacement, and the breakdown of food systems. That's why we must do even more to help communities prepare for climate extremes and overcome their impacts. Together with governments, it is critical that we tackle this crisis immediately, especially in the most fragile places. Last year was the hottest year on record. We are also living through an intense El Nino season, leading to widespread drought in southern Africa and floods in East Africa. This is no longer a problem for future generations. Climate shocks were the main driver of food insecurity in 12 countries in Africa last year, resulting in almost 50 million people needing urgent food assistance. The problem is right here, right now, driving humanitarian needs as we speak. In this era of loss and damage from climate change, adaptation efforts are often too little, too late. Families are losing their livelihoods, crops, and food reserves. Regions are losing infrastructure. Too many families depend on food they can no longer afford. But the good news is, we know what needs to be done. And WFP, together with our partners, is working around the clock. For example, WFP is working with the African Risk Capacity Group to purchase insurance policies in several countries to help protect vulnerable people in the immediate aftermath of climate shocks. In just a matter of weeks, together with the governments of Zambia and Zimbabwe, we will disperse payouts to millions of people impacted by El Nino. Through anticipatory action, WFP also supports governments to be better prepared and respond as soon as early warning systems indicate an impending climate shock. This is what collaboration is all about, harnessing our skills and expertise in disaster preparedness for the greater purpose. There are many more examples, but we must do more to protect the lives and livelihoods of communities across Africa. At a policy level, this means scaling up climate finance and pushing for a quick implementation of the new Loss and Damage Fund. At the operational level, we need to invest in innovation, technology, and data to protect lives before predictable climate hazards turn into unpredictable climate disasters. And we must do more to ramp up climate adaptation and protection in fragile and conflict-affected places. In these settings, communities are often unable to access the basic services and resources that are necessary to anticipate climate shocks and protect themselves from harm. If we coordinate our efforts, I have no doubt that together we will build a more resilient Africa. Climate action can and will reduce soaring humanitarian needs. I wish you a productive 2 days in Johannesburg, and thank you for having me.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency Cindy McCain. Express our gratitude to the Executive Director, as I said, for doing this in a short notice, but also for the powerful message. And I know a lot of credit has been given to ARC, but let me also recognize our co-conveners for what they do in the business of resilience, because without them and our collaboration, we're able to do our work at ARC. Now, Our next speaker, our next video is extremely important. For some of you who are actually following up what's happening in the convention to combat desertification, particularly addressing the drought issues. You know, there's a convention dedicated to just doing that. And they're about to have the COP16 in Saudi Arabia, and I had the distinguished honor meeting the executive director in Riyadh, who agreed to really join us for this climate roundtable. So I'd like to then welcome the video and the opening remarks provided by the executive director of the United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification. Thank you.
Dear friends, esteemed colleagues, I regret that I cannot be with you today in person as you gather for this crucial conference on scaling up climate finance and adaptation towards greater resilience in Africa. However, I'm heartened to know that Catherine, my colleague from the UNCCT Global Mechanism, is present in the room representing our shared commitment to this vital cause. The challenges we face in Africa, particularly in the realm of climate change, are immense, and getting our response right is increasingly urgent. Drought, shifting weather patterns, and environmental degradation threaten the very fabric of our societies and economies. It is clear not one of us can address these challenges alone. In the face of such adversity, the importance of building synergies between land and climate change cannot be overstated. Our response to climate risks must extend beyond individual sectors or governmental departments. It must be an all-encompassing, all-of-society efforts. It is not just about all of government, it's about all of us, civil society, business, communities coming together in solidarity. And finance, especially innovative finance, will be a cornerstone in our battle for resilience. We must actively engage the private sector, leveraging their resources and expertise to amplify our efforts, sending the right signals so that an investment in resilience makes clear sense. And we put in place the right regulations, enabling environment and incentives to make that investment not just possible, but transformational, providing de-risking and guarantees improved governance and resources, especially in land tenure, debt for nature swaps, insurances that work for all. The list goes on. However, I believe with genuine joined-up thinking and collaboration across ministries with environment, agriculture, water, finance, all working in tandem, we cannot just survive, but thrive. We can move from scarcity and threats to abundance and opportunity despite climate change. Resilience considerations must be at the forefront of every decision and taken as seriously as any investment in our security and infrastructure, because our investment in climate resilience will be our real security and nature our truly critical infrastructure for generations to come. I extend a warm invitation to all of you to join us at the UNCCT COP16 in Riyadh this December, where issues of resilience and finance will be at the forefront of our agenda. I wish you all the best of luck with your important deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chow. You obviously must be wondering also the voices from the African leaders as well. We're expecting the president of African Development Bank, but because of scheduling issues, he could not make it. But however, we're trying to get his voice at the closing ceremony to make sure the Africans are heard as well. Now, another voice that's equally important, which you may have heard globally all the time, is I believe it's the 8th Secretary General of the United Nations, Mr. Ban Ki-moon, you have seen him around the world really being a champion and advocate on climate actions. He could not send his video, could not join us, but we have a very able Africa director here with us. Dr. Male was going to read his statement on behalf of the Secretary General. Mr. Male.
Thank you, Ibrahim. I think when the boss sent us, we have just to read. I think that's the as the element, but I think I'm quite happy to be here today, distinguished guest, to speak on behalf of our President and Chair, Mr. Ban Ki-moon. Due to unforeseen circumstances, he was not able to record his intended message, and I'm here to convey his thoughts and insight, ensuring that his vision and commitment to our shared goals are communicated effectively. As we all know, Mr. Ban is a steadfast advocate for environmental sustainability and a pivotal figure of advancing climate actions initiative. His insight today will focus on crucial need for escalating climate finance and adaptive strategy that aligned with the unique challenge and opportunity faced by Africa in the realm of sustainability development. As I present his view and strategy on his behalf, I carry the responsibility to ensure that it's the essence of his message not only inform, but also inspire us all to commit to a deeper and more impactful action. Let us take this opportunity to reflect on our collaboration, but also collective capacity to drive change and work toward a greener and more resilient Africa. I would like to pause for a moment before reading his speech to commend the leadership of ARC for orchestrating this event. It's not merely the organization, but the collaboration, demonstrating by inviting the key partner to unite in this effort. Special thanks to Ibrahim Ajong and the team for the exceptional dedication. Now let me start reading his speech. Esteemed leaders and distinguished guests, all protocols duly observed. It's an honor to address you today at the esteemed African Climate Roundtable on scaling up climate finance and adaptation, a critical platform demonstrating Africa's proactive commitment to addressing the profound challenge of climate change. This gathering underscores the continent's dedication to pioneer sustainable and environmentally friendly economic development that harmonize economic growth with environmental stewardship and inclusive progress. The Global Green Growth Institute is privileged to co-convene this vital roundtable. We eagerly anticipate collaborating with each of you to plan and implement solutions that not only comfort climate change, but also enhance access to vital green climate finance. Climate change is not a distant threat, but a present reality that affects our economic stability, social unity, that also most highly our most vulnerable populations, including women, youth, and persons with disability. The Global Green Growth Institute is at the forefront of a global climate action, partnering with government and esteemed organizations present today to help developing nations fortify their resilience against climate change adversity. Our innovative strategy and initiative prove that sustainable development and green growth are not only feasible, but imperative. Today, the African Climate Roundtable epitomizes where groundbreaking innovating converges with practical solutions, charting a course for scaling African adaptation strategy to robust and actionable solutions. Addressing climate change requires comprehensive strategy that embedding climate consideration across all policy and decision-making. GGI is committed to assisting the member states in integrating climate change into their national agenda, thereby fostering the development of inclusive and high-quality tools and processes that support both adaptation and mitigation effort. These include investing in resilient infrastructure, championing economics, catalyzing the expansion of concessional finance to engage private sector, enhancing climate finance, but also bolstering food security through climate-smart agriculture. As we tackle this existential threat on climate change, forging strong, proactive partnership is crucial. Such collaboration built on foundation of shared mission and vision are pivotal for driving innovative adaptation strategy. The Global Green Growth Institute stands ready to join forces with all nations and organizing here today to spearhead effort toward more sustainable, resilience, and prosperous future for Africa and the world. I look forward to these fruitful discussions and collaborative effort. Thank you for your commitment and engagement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mali. Express our gratitude to the Secretary General for giving you those strong words of support to our event here today. Now, for some of us who are following up the COP27, COP28, all these COP around the world, there's one platform that is extremely important to really understand what's being decided or being discussed. And that is the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. This is the institutions that meets annually around the world, and the next meeting coming up in Baku to really discuss and negotiate some climate action, but more importantly, make commitment for funding so that we're able to do what we do in our respective organizations. We are delighted, in the absence of the executive director, or secretary, I should say, that he was able to send a message to his director of adaptation, and knowing that the focus of our conference about adaptation, I could not think of a better message to convey from the UNFCCC. So the director, Youssef Nassef, will say a few words in terms of the UNFCCC message to us.
Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. The last COP session in Dubai presented us with a change in how we can vision adaptation targets into the future. The COP adopted the Global Goal on Adaptation, which included 7 thematic targets, including landing zones that provide direction on how we will move from our present state towards a resilient future. This future orientation will require us to expand our mindset towards employing new and innovative mechanisms, including on finance. And we know that the Africa Risk Capacity has been a pioneer in catalyzing such innovation and in fostering novel partnerships in advancing risk management in the face of climate change. Within the UNFCCC process, the National Adaptation Plans, or NAPs, are the primary vehicle that encompass roadmaps for each country to get to its desired resilient future. The NAPs are now at a crossroads, where their progress and efficacy will be revised at COP29. A number of factors should be at the top of everyone's agenda in this regard. The development of NAPs should be accelerated. They need to be more investment-oriented, becoming a magnet for new sources, challenges, and modalities of finance. And in fact, COP28 had set a target for all countries to complete their NAPs by 2025. Presently, only 21 of the 54 African states have submitted a NAP. To complete the climate risk spectrum, the recent developments under the loss and damage landscape, with the establishment of the Santiago Network to catalyze demand-driven technical assistance, as well as with the adoption of the Loss and Damage Fund and funding arrangements, marked key steps towards supporting developing countries to implement approaches to address loss and damage. The continuum is now complete, with preemptive, planned, and anticipatory action being addressed through NAPs on the one hand, and responsive, contingent, and reactive action being addressed through the loss and damage support system. I trust that your deliberations during the coming 2 days will incorporate this element of holism and forward-looking orientation, whether in looking at health, food, water, ecosystems, and urban settings, or in addressing the critical aspect of means of implementation, whether finance, technology, or capacity building. I thank you very much, and best of luck in your deliberations.
I'm sure you notice what must be going on right now. I'm trying to give credit to our conveners, but every speaker giving credit to ARC. But again, as I say, global climate crisis calls for global solidarity, and I think all our co-conveners are really part of the solution. And I wanted to really salute them again for your contribution as well. Now, we also wanted to bring a partner to this community, the Global Center for Adaptation, that has been extremely vocal about making sure we increase adaptation finance. And we're delighted to get a message from Dr. Patrick Vrey-Krojon, the CEO of Global Center for Adaptation. And I understand his Africa director is with us as well and will be part of the conversation as well. So let's listen to the message from the CEO of Global Center for Adaptation before we listen to Nepat to close the closing ceremony.
Good afternoon, colleagues. I'm speaking to you from the world's largest floating office, home to the headquarters of the Global Center on Adaptation, or GCA. From where I sit, it's really very simple. Climate adaptation finance is losing the battle. Our latest flagship report on state and trends in adaptation, prepared with the Climate Policy Initiative, provides the numbers which confirm our fears. The situation is alarming. Think about it. Global adaptation finance is losing ground. It's down to 5% from 7% just 2 years ago. And think about it in the African context. It received just 20% of global adaptation finance flows. At this level of financing, Africa will only mobilize $195 billion by 2035. And how much does Africa need? 8 times more, $1.6 trillion by 2035. And here again, adaptation finance in Africa is losing ground, down 3% from 2 years ago to just 36% of all climate finance. So yes, it is very simple. Everybody must invest more in climate adaptation in Africa as well as globally. And the truth of the matter is that African governments are playing their part, investing almost twice as much from their own budgets than what they get from bilateral development finance institutions. But it cannot be right that African governments are being forced to borrow to pay for adaptation, piling more debt on their budget. What we urgently need are more projects that can attract finance from the private sector and from public financial institutions. And to remedy this deficit, we need country investment plans for adaptation. We need more businesses that provide adaptation solutions. We need more innovations that attract private finance. And we need more adaptation programs at scale. And you know, of course, that in 2021, GCA, the African Development Bank, and the African Union jointly launched the Africa Adaptation Acceleration Program with a simple idea: to show that adaptation creates jobs, to show that adaptation creates prosperity. Since its inception in 2021, the AAAP has increased the climate resilience of nearly 60 million Africans, created more than 700,000 new green jobs, improved the productivity of 13 million farmers, supported 40 private sector enterprises in more than 20 countries. We work with the African Development Bank, with the World Bank, the International Monetary Fund, and its Resilient Sustainability Trust, with AFDB, with AFD, and with IFAD, and many others. We're also working with the CGIAR system to bring its best adaptation science and innovation to Africa's agriculture. We greatly appreciate the generous support of many development partners, including the UK, Norway, Germany, Canada, France, the Netherlands, Denmark, Sweden, and the Gates Foundation, which has made all of this possible. Thanks to this generous support, in less than 3 years, through the AAAP Upstream Financing Facility, we have influenced $9 billion of investments to ensure adaptation is at the core. The AAAP, with your support, is indisputably the world's premier adaptation program, which is why the Africa Risk Capacity and GCA, with a memorandum of understanding, are moving forward together with a clear vision for disaster risk financing. So this is where we are. We have come a long way in a short time, but time is not on our side. And looking to the future, this roundtable is proposing a Pan-African climate task force as well as disaster risk coordination platform. We as GCA, we're in a unique position of bringing to the task force and these platforms our unrivaled expertise, not just in technical assistance, but through our global reach, leveraging international connections to advocate for greater, more reliable climate financing for Africa. Because results, colleagues, breed success and vice versa. And finally, never forget this: Africa is open for business. By 2050, 1 in 4 of us, a quarter of the world's population, will be African. Africa is the biggest emerging market. Think of Southeast Asia 20 years ago. That is Africa today. And most striking of all, while venture capital flows decreased by 30% globally, Last year in Africa, they actually increased by 8%. So let me close here with my best wishes to your endeavors and my pledge that you will always have GCA rooting and supporting Africa, because with that, investing in adaptation, Africa is unstoppable. I thank you.
Thank you very much, my dear friend Patrick. And again, credit to our co-conveners for the great work we're doing together collectively. Now, to wrap up our opening ceremony, I am delighted to actually introduce an institution that does not need introduction. It's Oude Nepad, an extremely proud institution from the African Union, really fostering development across the continent in so many sectors, including climate finance. I understand we're delighted to be joined, I see she was on the screen, of my good sister, Estherine Fortabong, who is the Director of Agriculture, Food Security, and Environmental Sustainability, joining us from Nairobi. We hope and pray that the network was so that we can get Esther. Esther, over to you to open in our roundtable. Over to you, my dear sister. You may be on mute, Esther. Just go ahead. We can see you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I hope you can hear me.
We can hear you loud and clear. Go ahead.
My name is Esther Fortabong, the Director of Agriculture, Food System, and Environmental Sustainability at the African Union Development Agency. Regrettably, I must relay this message from Nairobi, and on behalf of myself and my CEO, Madam Nandos Bikele Thomas, who, due to for some circumstances, could not be present today. As I say, I speak to you from Nairobi, where I'm currently attending another important meeting addressing soil health as an issue of paramount importance for ensuring food security across our continent, that is convened by the African Union and hosted by the government of the Republic of Kenya. Your Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, all protocol observed, the persistent onslaught of extreme weather events continues to ravage both livelihoods and infrastructure, impeding the overall development trajectory of numerous African countries. As we have heard from the many interventions that have made before me, over the past 5 years, we have witnessed a surge in disasters across the continent, averaging approximately 95% per year and resulting in around 70,000 fatalities. In 2023 alone, the Southern African region reported around 500 casualties attributed to Cyclone Freddy. These challenges compound an already tumultuous landscape as Africa grapples with what can be sustainably termed as the storm of the 4 Cs: climate change, conflict, post-COVID-19 recovery, and the escalating cost of food and fuel due to geopolitical tensions. This convergence of crises is pushing millions of our most vulnerable citizens towards food and nutrition insecurity, undermining our progress towards achieving the objectives outlined in the Malabo Declaration, including the ambition target of zero hunger by 2025, as well as the broader Sustainable Development Goals by 2030, and, of course, the African Union Agenda 2063. The realization of the Africa we want remains elusive as we mourn the loss of 47 African lives daily to preventable disasters. Yet, while natural hazards are inevitable, their transformation into deadly disasters isn't. By investing in building resilient communities, we can significantly mitigate disaster risk and minimize associated losses. However, Your Excellencies, colleagues, Africa has long found itself at the periphery of international climate finance. We just heard the statistics from the last speaker. Despite requiring an estimated 2.5 trillion in funding between 2020 and 2030 to effectively tackle climate-related challenges, alarmingly, only 12% of the total annual climate finance is directed towards Africa. Today, as we convene to discuss concrete steps towards scaling up climate resistance and adaptation interventions for Africa, let us not forget the momentum generated by COP28. This pivotal conference provided a platform for strengthening engagement with various stakeholders, including businesses, philanthropists, subnational authorities, and civil society, all crucial in advancing climate action. Africa must capitalize on the gains made at COP28, enhancing its climate diplomacy and bolstering its capacity to access diverse climate finance opportunities. Initiatives such as the African Union Development Agency NEPAD's comprehensive study on carbon markets in Africa, as well as partnership with organizations like AGRA, have laid important groundwork in this regard. The African Union Development Agency did a study on carbon finance and have been mandated by our heads of state to develop a gold standard for carbon credits and carbon markets in Africa. Likewise, the cooperation with AGRA secured green climate funds for 7 African member states. But of course, as the theme of this roundtable indicates, we need scaling up. Moreover, the active involvement of African youth is imperative for sustaining our collective commitments. Through initiatives like the Energize African program of the AU and NEPAD, we are committed to collaborating closely with stakeholders to ensure meaningful integration of youth perspective and contributions. The world is undergoing multiple long-term structural transformation. Climate change, demographic transition, the rise of AI and other technologies, just to name a few. Against this backdrop of known and unknown emerging risk, we need preparedness, adaptation, and mitigation. And for this to happen, we need to scale up financing. In conclusion, the AUD and NEPAD eagerly anticipate engaging with all key institutions, member states, and development partners to capitalize on a spectrum of opportunities, including some of these have been mentioned before: debt for natural swaps, the carbon credit, and the resources in the Green Climate Fund, and others. These avenues offer pathways towards sustainable development and climate resilience. However, their realization hinges not only on the capacity of member states to design bankable projects, put in place effective regulations and policies, but also on the importance of localized strategies. Leveraging investments and regulation at the local level will be a critical pathway to maximizing the impact of all the initiatives that we have just heard of, to scale this initiative to build resilience of our communities. Together, through collective actions, let us seize this opportunity to catalyze transformative change across the African continent. Partnership, as demonstrated in the convening of this roundtable, is the way that we have to go to leverage the resources and the finances that the continent needs to build its adaptation capacity. I thank you. Back to you, my brother Ibrahim.
So that brings us to the end of our opening ceremony. I want to thank all of our speakers who really deliver messages and all that. And obviously, I want to thank the audience for being extremely patient as we go through those very important messaging. Now, we all fired up and energized for the next session we're having on leadership with our great speakers going to actually share their perspective. But before we do so, I'm going to ask the speakers for the next session just to come aside so we can mic you before we actually get to our session. So while we're doing that, let me just walk you through how the roundtable is actually going to be structured. It's very important that we understand what we're trying to achieve. Number one, obviously, as you may have seen, commitment was important, and throughout the videos that you heard, we heard the commitment of global and African leaders, and that's part of the roundtable. Second part of the roundtable, we're going to be having some plenary session in this room on cross-cutting issues that we want to discuss collectively together, not in separate rooms. And that's equally important, and we'll have a couple of those when we come back to plenary sessions. Third part of the roundtable, extremely important. This is really where we get to the bottom of issues. We have parallel roundtable session and many topics of interest to you because the co-conveners suggested them. And we designed those roundtables to be very small, not about 100 people. It's about 40, 50 maximum. And you may have noticed in each roundtable there is no panelists. You are the panel members, because we want to make sure that the participant in the roundtable really participate in a way that we're not here to listen to experts and other people. We're really trying to voice our own opinion. So if at the end of that roundtable your views are not collected, it's your fault because you haven't actually spoken up. So you have yourself to blame if you don't actually contribute to the roundtable, particularly in a panel roundtable. We've picked up topics that are extremely relevant to our discussion: early warning system, food security, urban resilience, outbreak and epidemic, and scaling up climate finance. Pretty much all the spectrum that affect climate finance. So you will see as those panel roundtable go on, it's going to be a lively conversation. Co-conveners will be chairing those sessions with rapporteur, so we can come out with something that's actually implementable. What we really ask to those roundtable to be extremely pragmatic. We want actionable recommendation, in addition to the brainstorming you'll be having in your conversation in the parallel session. Last but not least, extremely important, we have a session that we call announcement of program, of funding, of initiative, of big ideas that you want to share with us. So by the end of our conversation, we'll give the floor to not only our co-conveners, but to all of you. If you have anything that you can announce, I'm looking at the World Bank. This is a moment to announce that at the announcement ceremony. But more importantly, we're really looking forward to come across with some great news that we can put into our communique. Hopefully, at the closing sentiment, we'll talk about what's the way forward. This is the first edition. I heard some people saying we need to have this to be an annual event. So maybe that's the moment to really agree going forward. How do we sustain this? So it's not just a one-off initiative. So that is how we're going to be organized. And obviously, this is your roundtable. And get involved, voice your opinion. Whatever great ideas you have in the corridors, bring them in the room so we can benefit from your wisdom and your expertise as we go along. Now, our first session is about leadership and climate actions in Africa. And I think when you listen to a number of people, you may get different perspective in terms of how do we show leadership in Africa. Having been in the business for quite some time, I hear some people saying that the African voice is not heard loud and clear where it needs to be heard. And hence, the first African Climate Summit in Nairobi, if you look at the declaration, it's very specific where Africa wants to be: decarbonize the global economy, reform the global financial architecture, but more importantly also to deal with the issues of loss and damage in the continent. So I think that voice is loud and clear. I also heard another voice that even if funding is available, Africa may not be well prepared to tap into those resources because we don't bring forward bankable project and initiative. We'll actually unpack that perspective in our panel. We also heard perspective about commitment are made in the billions in the COP, but yet those billions, those pledges are not honored. So therefore, the demand on the continent is so huge as $661 million. We're very grateful for the international community, but it's way below our demand, which is in the trillions. We also heard people talking about the African government themselves need to be better organized in making sure that when we go and negotiate, the African perspective are honored. You do not have to listen to me on all those thoughts because we have a great panel ahead of us. I'm going to invite them on stage. We're going to ask them some questions. And obviously, at some point, we'll pass the microphone around and get you to weigh in as well. Mr. Petrus Muteyuli, Deputy Director of at the Ministry of Environment of Namibia, to join us. If you can join us on stage, come over. Our next speaker does not need an introduction, but I will do it anyway. It's Her Excellency Ms. Bokolo Joy Kenewondo, who is the former Minister of Trade and Industry of Botswana, but has been not only a global economist, but also a great champion of African causes on climate change. Ms. Bokolo, come on stage. I believe we have with us Her Excellency Paula Kistana. She's delayed from Angola, but she'll join us at some point. We have also Ms. Rina Gilani, the UN Assistant Secretary General in charge of Crisis Coordinator for El Nino and the response, joining us as well, my dear sister. And last but not least, we do actually have Abdul Job, Managing Partners for Mazar, bringing the private sector perspective. And as the other speakers join us, obviously we'll get on with, you can see the next one. That's right, you can sit wherever you want.
I was just looking for you.
Excellent. This is the beauty of live television, so you can see production happening in your face. Now, Ms. Boolo, I'm going to actually start with you, simply because you and I have been involved in this discussion about climate finance, and you heard what I said about what is the problem. It is a leadership issue, it's a lack of preparation of the continent. Just break it down for us, looking at the global landscape of climate finance. Where do you see the challenges? What do we need to do differently for Africa to tap into this enormous resources being talked about in the billions?
First, thank you so much for having us, for organizing this. And I heard you mentioning a couple of figures, and not to start off by correcting you, but we need $2.8 trillion in the continent to implement and action the NDCs. So that's a lot of money that we need at the moment in the continent. And what we need is approximately 93% of Africa's GDP in order to action our NDCs and to green our economies. So to really reach the ambitions that we spoke to at ACS last year, we were quite ambitious last year, and that's approximately how much we need. And sadly, we had a couple of pledges a few years ago of $100 billion per annum, which were not reached. We had approximately $20 billion in total that made it to the continent between the years of 2015 to 2020, which is way below what was expected. And then in addition to that, what we know is aid in itself has drastically reduced. What we also know is between 2020 and 2021 in itself, adaptation finance has reduced by 20%. And what we also know, in addition to that, is globally, there has been a reduction of climate finance to the continent. We had a flow of 3%, and now we are at 2.1%. So there is generally a problem of a quality flow of climate finance to the continent, while our need in itself is at 2 point something trillion, and we know that it will continue to increase, and we know that it is important that we have it now in order for us, it's better for us to act now and finance it now in order for us to reduce the risks that we will face later. What I also want to state, Ibrahima, here is we also have a problem of that the continent collectively has a debt of $1.8 trillion. And I mention debt because it hasn't been mentioned already because a lot of African countries at the moment are facing a challenge of that their debt repayment is higher than what they pay for or allot to education or allot to healthcare. And therefore, asking them to also allot something to sustainability is a challenge. So at the moment, we are dealing with issues of debt sustainability, issues of environmental sustainability, and then issues of development. And this trifecta is something that we cannot say is outside of the UNFCCC process, but it must be part and parcel of the way we think about climate action and development, because climate action must definitely be a sustainable development imperative. I know I only have 3 minutes, but I must lay this land a little bit. What is further really important for us to think about is we've really been focusing on MDB reform in the last 2 years. It's important that we talk about MDB reform because, yes, MDBs, they set the tone for how the rest of the global financial infrastructure responds. But we shouldn't lose sight of that MDBs only mobilize 30 cents of the dollar of what private sector mobilizes. Only 30 cents. So if we do not deal with the core issues of why private funding and private capital doesn't flow to EMDE markets and Africa, then we will not see the real seismic shift of financing that we need into the continent. And then that really tags into NDCs having investment strategies and really having the right term sheets associated to attract the right investment into the continent. Let me pause there.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. I'll come back to you because I think it's really important we go back to what you said. 100 billion annually promised in 2015. New promises made at COP28. What makes us believe that they will actually honor the new promise if they did not honor actually the one that they made in 2015 in Paris? But hold that thought, because I also want to hear about the responsibility from the African themselves to hold the rest of the world accountable. It's not just about one side. Let me move to Namibia. I think it's really important we listen to the demand side of our conversations. And Mr. Patrice, what I want just you to address, looking at your countries, your need for resilience, for climate finance and adaptations, walk us through the priorities and the needs of your country. Let's say if funding was available today for Namibia, where would you put the funding?
Thank you, Ibrahim. I'll start by asking everyone as to what is it that is not known anymore at this late hour. We know the needs for Africa. We know that adaptation remains an overriding priority.
Mr. Patrice, hold on a second. Can you hear him properly so we can fix it? Is it okay? Because I see the speakers. Oh, all right, there you go. Go ahead.
Good. For Africa, and
I think
Namibia
we're
in
saying
particular.
we're distracted by this thing.
Yeah, we need to turn actually the screen, which is like kind of jumping around. But anyway, but go ahead as we fix it.
Good. I think the system doesn't want me to speak.
Yes, now we are very kind here, so you can speak now.
Yeah, thank you.
There you go.
I was
working.
saying that for Namibia and Africa in particular, we know that adaptation remains
an overriding priority. And the issues on adaptation center around water, food, and energy security, both at household and small business levels. Of course, there are also other additional important aspects, including strengthening our early warning mechanisms so that we will be able to predict climatic disasters as have been witnessed recently, especially in the eastern part of Africa. We need to invest in climate resilient infrastructure so that they will be able to withstand the shocks being presented by adverse impacts of climate change. And of course, matters pertaining to livelihood diversification, because we have to move away from business as usual to come up with new innovative interventions that are able to assist our communities to diversify their livelihood from, for instance, rain-fed agriculture to other economic activities where they can earn their livelihoods. I just want to emphasize that I think most countries have put their NDCs quite explicitly, identifying key priority areas in adaptation and mitigation, and also costing those options. For Namibia, we have costed our NDC, our mitigation activities and adaptation activities. We need about 15 billion USD from now and 2030 for us to fully implement our NDC. And I think as we are moving to the third round of, or third cycle of NDC review, which is due next year, I think a lot of NDCs will be crafted in such a way that they present their priorities and cost them accordingly. Of late, colleagues, we know that the trillions that are being spoken here, we are being promised that they are now available, maybe through different institutions, but the problem that we have now is the form of that funding. The form of that funding, especially for adaptation activities. As Africa, we have to ask ourselves, do we really have to take loans for adaptation? And we know that as temperature rises, the IPCC already predicted that Africa has warmed up with 1 degree Celsius already, and we might be moving to 2 above the pre-industrial levels. With this tendency of us being forced to take loans, are we able to withstand such loans in the long run, especially for adaptation? Because as temperatures are rising, the more adverse effects will be realized on the ground, and more actions will be needed to be taken. And if we continue to take loans for adaptation activities, where are we going to end up? We will be finished. So I think we have to take some precautionary approach when it comes to climate finance, especially adaptation finance. I believe for Africa, if we are to take loans, maybe on mitigation activities, but not on adaptation activities, else we will be highly indebted in the next a couple of years. So I think that's what I want to say for now.
Thank you very much, Piptis. We'll certainly come back to the issue about accessibility and availability of finance. I think I want to pick up where you left on and come to ASG Rina here. who is the climate coordinator for the El Nino response, and his point about early warning systems. Since you've been appointed to lead this very important task, you've been around the continent, looking at the situation. I'm sure you could share with us some of the lessons that you learned, but more importantly, what are some of the priorities where we need to invest more money and resources to make sure that response is adequate?
Thank you, Ibrahima. And I just want to say, it's an honor to be here with our other panel members. And I remember speaking to you a couple of months ago, and immediately you're like, let's have a meeting, let's talk. And that's what this event is about. This is his symbol, bringing people together. So a few priorities I have seen. I've had the honor of traveling around Southern Africa in my current role, obviously East Africa, and meeting with communities and governments. So there are several priorities that are emerging from having discussed these with the governments and communities. And one of them is early warning. But it's not just early warning. I'll say it's the whole spectrum of disaster management, which includes early warning, preparedness, and early action. And here it's about a real commitment to having these systems in place. We have the tools, science has progressed, we've learned a lot, but now it's about every country on the continent implementing that. We know that if we have early warning, we will save lives by 8-fold. We will reduce damage loss by 30% at least. And similarly, if we invest in preparedness and resilience, we know that we are going to be able to, $1 will save us 10. And we've, in many cases, even more, actually. And it's become urgent. In the last couple of decades, 2 million people have died. We have $4.3 trillion in losses because of disasters. And today, we have 300 million people in humanitarian need. So it's, we're talking about the urgency, but every day we're speaking to communities where it's real for them. I would offer a few other priorities, if I could, just very quickly, because I know we don't have too much time. We want to have a conversation. The next priority, I would say, and this was clearly articulated in the Nairobi Declaration, and it's something that I'm hearing constantly from governments and communities, and that is about governments and communities continuing to lead the pathway and the vision. And that has two components. One is around national strategies that look at development and climate ambitions together. They're not separate. And the second is having an environment where policies, governance, and regulatory frameworks are able to guide and attract the investments that we're talking about, that you were talking about, that are much bigger than the financing from external donors. The third, I would say, is around aid and financing, and we've talked about how not enough is coming to the continent. But just on the humanitarian side, I would say that we're almost halfway through the year, and only 10% of the funding has been received. So we're having a funding crash internationally on all sectors, and we really need to talk about how to address that. I'm going to offer a couple more, and I'll hurry, I promise, but I want to have this because the roundtables, I hope, will go into solutions for these issues. We've mentioned the need to reform the financial institutions, and this is one of the Secretary General's, of course, primary goals for the last few years in pushing for that reform, so that governments are not spending more on servicing debt than education and health. That's criminal in this day and age. And the last two, I would say, is that climate action doesn't have boundaries, and we're learning that. So the support to the AU and sub-regional bodies like SADC and IGAD are absolutely essential. And we're seeing the progress that those institutions can help the continent achieve. And then lastly, because it hasn't been mentioned, none of the actions that we've talked about are going to be successful if we leave half the world's population off the table. And if we do not address women's role in achieving climate solutions, we will fail, regardless of everything else we do. We know that if we actually focus on providing women resources, 100 to 150 million people will be lifted out of hunger by 2050. We know that we will save 2.1 billion tons of carbon emissions, And lastly, Africa will gain billions and billions in economic development. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ASG Rena. Certainly a lot of food for thought for the parallel session, which, as you say, will break it down trying to come up with some actionable recommendations. Now, Abdul, our partner at Mazar, you're bringing a different perspective, because I want you to address the opportunity that actually climate provides in terms of green economy for the private sector. Now, you may be Senegalese, but you're based in Morocco, if I'm not mistaken, for the past 30 years. And you've seen just the remarkable work that Moroccans have done in energy transition, renewable and so on. Maybe just building on those successes, looking at private sector and green economy. What do we need to do differently to make sure we can untap the potential for the private sector?
Thank you very much, Iwaima, and I'm very happy to be here and through my voice representing the private sector, because I think it's very important to have the private sector in this debate. And I think one of the recommendations we may give for the next event is that in this coalition, you bring in the private sector through, it can be Afro Champions under the umbrella of African Union, or it can be also the Africa Business Leader Coalition under the umbrella of the UN Global Compact, because I think that it's part of the debate. Sorry. So yeah, I think today there are a lot of opportunities that are given to private sector to come in, but we need to tackle 5 main points. I think the first point, which is very important, is about, I think there is an echo. The first point, which is very important.
The mic doesn't like you too, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. But
go ahead.
It will work. Yes, it's fine. The first point, which is very important and which we need to tackle, is about country centricity. I think in Africa we are too much country centric, and in the case of such important topic where there is a lack of competencies, of capacities, we need really to cooperate between countries at a regional or more at a sub-regional level to be sure that we are sharing expertise, we are sharing capacity of doing projects. We have seen when we see the M-COPA project that bring together Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, when we put countries together, we go faster. And I've heard one of the speakers in the opening ceremony talking about the speed, scale, and impact. I think if we want to really to speed, to scale, and to have impact, we need to work together between countries and to bring private sector at the table. The second point, which is also very important for me, is that we are always focusing on foreign funding and forgetting that we need really to commit to bring in domestic funding. Yes, we have domestic fundings across the continent, and we need to tap on that domestic funding across projects, and we have seen it. Yes, we are talking about Morocco. Some of the projects are funded with domestic funding and through domestic funding, leveraging on international funding. And I agree when Minister Kamewendo is saying that only 30 cents among $1 is coming from international funding. Yes, so we need really stop always chasing international funders and first tap in domestic funding. That's very important. Yes, the third point is how you bring private sector in the discussion. I think today when we see the interesting projects that have been running across the continent, it can be Noor, which is the biggest solar plant, where we have Mazen and Aqua Power, private sector, so coming in and initiating the project. I think we can really have a capacity to scale through private sector. Private sector brings in also expertise. That's very important, because this ability to bring expertise in the project, also the capacity of risk management, because we're used to it. So it's very important to have it in such important project. Innovation in financial products, that's also very important, bringing in capital investment. So private sector is very key to bring in the discussion. And also, if we want to scale, really we have seen it in the M-COPA project, if we want to scale at a bigger level, we need to have private sector really engage in it. But for that, and it will bring my fourth point, the state need also to work on the regulatory framework. You know, today we are talking a lot about green hydrogen. Many projects are coming in, trying to invest in, but the countries are not ready. We have not the regulatory framework to bring in green hydrogen projects. And we need really to have this speed on bringing in the regulatory framework that allow private sector to come in and to be sure that things will work. And the last point I will tackle is about engaging in PPPs. It's clear that if we want private sector to play the game, it's important to have these public-private partnerships to enable things to go faster, to scale, and to allow us to come in and to bring this financial gap that is necessary.
Absolutely.
Very important.
Thank you, Abdul, for bringing that private sector voice and perspective. Before I turn to the audience to get your feedback, maybe I'm going to come back to you, Ms. Bukola, but it's something that you just break it down for us. I think I hear this so often. You got billions of dollars committed, they're sitting at the GCF somewhere in Seoul. The procedures are cumbersome, even though they made a lot of effort in simplifying them. What can we do differently in making sure that the process is mean and lean so the funding is accessible to us? There's no point of announcing trillions of dollars that we can't access to. What do we need to do differently in terms of accessibility of these fundings? I know you're not expecting that question, were you?
No, I feel like that one is trying to get me in trouble.
Yes, I want to get you in trouble.
Because you know it's politics.
Right.
Because you know it's a board issue. It's a matter of how the board is operating and the inefficiencies behind how decisions are made at the board, not at management level. And for example, there's this project in Kenya that Long applied 5 years ago. It's a community project in Kenya that applied 5 years ago. They got a response 3 years ago to tinker, to adjust something, and they still don't have a response from the adaptation fund. Right. So it's clear that the funds are inefficient. They are not responding to the crisis at hand. And there have been, we have put forward some recommendations last year, actually at COP27 and going to COP28, about creating efficiencies in the processes, particularly to the UNFCCC related funds, to ensure that the speed, there's responsiveness, there's efficiency in the system, but there is also quality finance. And the direction of flow is also quite important, because you would assume that the finance goes where it's needed most, or that the majority of it goes where it's needed most. But what we found is that the majority of it ends up going to consultants. And not
it's part of the game also.
Yes, but it goes to consultants most because the process is so cumbersome that in the end, the communities end up getting crumbs and not the bulk of the funding that is needed, therefore reducing the quality of the fund as opposed to what is actually needed in the communities. But if I may just divert a little bit, because I think the part of our panel here is to lay a little bit for what's coming in the breakaway sessions. What we didn't talk about here is also the role of our nature in Africa. And I'm only going to pick one aspect of nature, which is standing forest. Now, our standing forests in Africa, they sequester about 25%. The sequestration accounts to about 25% of Europe's emissions. Okay? Now, our participation in carbon markets is only about 15% of voluntary carbon markets, which at the moment the price fluctuates below $10 per ton of carbon. and only about 3% in the compliance markets, which the price fluctuates between $60 to $120. Now, our argument is if for standing forests alone, now keep in mind that we also have an abundance of peatlands, which the sequestration capacity is much higher than standing forests. Now, if that is what we are contributing to the climate agenda, and yet our participation in what is seen as, and I'm going to say this quite rudimentary, what is seen as a cash cow, we are not, there as the main players. That is also a problem. So I'm putting this out so that as we go out to the roundtables, we also think about enhancing our participation in that space. How do we improve the continent's role there? And as we go to COP29, that has been deemed as the finance COP, how do we improve Article 6 in particular for carbon markets, and how do we improve MRVs to be more responsive to Africa's abundance in nature and respond to nature's role in our climate goals. And then lastly, I think it's also important that we think about how our own financial institutions can be used to deal with the perception of risk, because that is often cited as a reason why there isn't quality finance flows into the continent. So as we go out again, what is our role of maybe private financial institutions, but also our AAA rated African financial institutions in unlocking quality finance flows and ensuring that, as we speak about this reform in the global financial infrastructure, African institutions are playing a much stronger role in unlocking this finance, and it goes beyond the 3% that we're currently seeing.
Absolutely. Lots of food for thought for our panel roundtable, but I'm sure the chairs of the session have taken note and make sure that at least they can use the scene setting. Let me just go back to you, to the audience. I understand the microphone available. Just bring it into the conversation. So if any comments or questions you want to ask our panelists before we wrap up the session. There you go. If you could just, your name, your institution, and let's just try to keep it brief so we can get as many as possible. Go ahead.
So Thibaut Christola from the EU Africa Chamber of Commerce. Thank you for your participations. I just have a question around the private sector, because I totally agree with the fact that we need to find some domestic investments for the climate transitions. And we will, at the EUACC, launch an investment fund by the end of 2024 around that. But the fact is, almost all do not want to invest for African projects. And could it be a good solution to make a kind of label for encourage some investors to finance some African project, to say that that's a good project to do? Yeah, thank you.
Excellent, thank you very much. I think you got in the back there. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Adelaide Onyango, and I'm from the WHO regional office. When Dr. Moeti was invited and could not attend, she absolutely wanted us to come, and so that health is not missing in this conversation, because I think we have very good working relations with the Africa Risk Capacity Group. So health, the human face of climate change. At COP28, I think if you attended one of the big sessions on the health, the conversation on the Health Day, it was said, let's count climate, the progress we're making by the number of lives that are saved, the number of people that are rescued from losses that are going to affect, if they don't kill them, they're going to affect their health, mental health. We cannot begin to count how much that is in terms of money. If you have 2 cars and you lose one of them, you know how much in monetary terms that is. If you have 2 children and you lose one of them in a flood, you are counting the losses that you cannot monetize that loss. And you cannot think about the impact on the other, not the car, but the sibling that remained behind, and the parents. So health needs to be part of this, and I'm very glad that Robert and I have been given the opportunity to have a roundtable around health. I think let's not forget health, because that's the human person in this whole conversation.
Thank you for that reminder. We do actually have a roundtable on that. Any other questions or comments to that side? I see a hand on the other side. Oh, okay, so quickly, and then we can diversify and go to the other side.
Thank you very much, Ibrahima, and the panel also. Since Dr. Adelaide has spoken about health, that's not what I'm going to talk about. There is a political, economic issue around this topic that I feel that we are skirting around. So we've established that Africa contributes 3 to 4% of the problem. However, for resources that are supposed to solve the problem, either does not get to Africa, or somehow we are being asked to take loans, which I heard is it's not only unfair, but it's criminal. My question is, how are we negotiating with the economies that contributes 95% of the problem that we are facing? I think this is something that we should also put on the table, that there is a negotiation that needs to take place. If you and I are in a problem and you cost more than I did, I think it is only fair that we talk about how the proportionate response to that problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Robert. We can get one last question on that side, just to be fair, and then we can go back to our panelists. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. My name is Tato Wesi. I come from the Pan-African Chamber of Commerce, but I'm also an entrepreneur myself in the green energy space, carbon capture, and then we reuse the carbon to manufacture fertilizer. That's the space I'm getting in. So my question is, what efforts are there to support SMEs as they are the drivers of the economy in Africa? Number one. Number two, are we partnering with high institutions to building skills that are needed for these projects that we're bringing in Africa? Right. Thank you.
All right, I'm sure on the SME side, you'll be very happy to reach out to African Guarantee Fund, because that's exactly why they're here in terms of SMEs. So we got 4 questions. One is, how do we make private sector-driven project on the continent attractive? Second question was the nexus between climate change and the health sector. And then third, as Robert said, are we negotiating well to make sure the African interests are protected? And how do we make sure that the SMEs are not left out? And how do we make sure also the institutions that are involved in providing climate finance really understand also the needs of the entrepreneurs? So let me just go to you, Abdul. I think we'll get a question for each of you. And we need to wrap up very quickly and go to our coffee break. But over to you, Abdul.
Yeah, exactly. I think the question is not really about globalization. The question is more on the 2 pillars, how you really create regulatory framework that allow private sector to come in and to be sure that the project will move forward, and that it will not take years and years just to push the legal agenda, because that's what's happening in some areas. And the second point, which is very important also, is how you mitigate risk, how you de-risk, and that's why there must be roles of insurance companies, ARC, African Guarantee Fund, and all those organizations to help to de-risk, and also how you push innovative finance, like blended finance, to be sure that you will bring innovative products that will allow to de-risk. Once you put the good regulatory framework and you de-risk, it's, everybody knows that there is a big potential in Africa, and also a return in investment. So that's the 2 pillars. And also in that area, to push this agenda of the regulatory framework, I think when Ms. Minister was talking about all of these funds going to consultants, I think for me it's something that is very important, because many countries are lacking of capacity, and sometimes we can see disasters when public sector are negotiating with lack of capacity. So yeah, money is going to consultant, but I think it's the way to cover the lack of capacity many governments have on negotiating these new products, new instruments, and it's important to have them, and sometimes, unfortunately, they don't use enough consultants.
I guess the issue is not about using good consultant to understand our demand, so we get demand-driven consultant, as opposed to the other way around. But your point is well taken. So, Asia, Reina, they brought a very good question. The nexus between climate change and health. In your response, how do you factor that the health sector?
Yeah, so that's a great question. And I think I'll make 3 quick points. I think part of what we're seeing on climate change is a siloing of all these different sectors, and it is a big problem. We are not going to, climate change doesn't exist in a bubble. And so we do have to look at the consequences and the interplay between development, health, which we've learnt recently very clearly globally, and climate, as well as humanitarian and the resilience piece. So it has to come together. That's the first point. Too often, within governments, but also within ourselves as institutions, we are off talking about these issues separately. And so this event is a real example of how we can turn some of that around. And then secondly, I would say that it's not just about, aid and financing. The minister has clearly said that is not going to fill the gap, right? So we need a multi-pronged strategy that looks at multiple approaches at the same time, that includes how we approach health and future pandemics in the climate space, and as well as other things that have been mentioned, effective carbon markets and looking at trade systems, etc. But health has to be a part of that. We can't be just thinking of these other issues.
All right, maybe before I come to you, Ms. Bogola, I'll go back to Petrus. You heard a lot of conversation about getting the private sector involved, working with the SMEs, the nexus between climate change and the health sector. You are basically representing the government, so the perspective of the demand and the reality on the ground. Just share your feedback on those different ideas. What do they mean for your country, Namibia?
Yeah, in terms of private sector investment, especially the support to SMEs, I think one of the cardinal elements that we as African countries need to put in place is to transform our NDCs into investment plans. Once you have an investment plan, you are able to see exactly where to invest your resources and how to channel your resources, including, of course, channeling it through the SMEs. There was a fundamental question raised over there as to whether we are negotiating well, which in my opinion is quite fundamental in this whole process, because we have been talking since 1995. COP1, the first COP under UNFCCC, was held in 1995. How many years from now? Article 4 of the UNFCCC and Article 9 of the Paris Agreement are quite clear that the provision of climate finance has to be done within the parameter of a principle of a polluter pay principle. But have we been honest enough among ourselves as negotiating blocks? I don't think so. And the true colors are now surfacing, that the agenda maybe is to push us more into loans. Of course, we know loans might be necessary in some areas, especially those areas where profits have to be generated, but not in everything. Namibia has submitted some proposals before to the Green Climate Fund, especially on water security, but we were told to take a loan because Namibia is an upper middle income country. Although we have substantiated with all the reasons why we need a grant on that area, but it was pushed to be more of a concessional loan, which we were not ready to take.
All right, I'm sure this conversation can go on pretty much for a few more hours, and I saw some hands in the audience, but maybe we'll keep it like that for now and then get you in the roundtable. But maybe I'll go back to Purview. Let's do the 30-second questions and go back to you, Abdul. If there's one thing you want us to take away from this conversation, what would it be?
One thing is to take off is very complicated, but I would say it's very important to really have this conversation between countries to share expertise and also to share capacities, because each country together won't be able to do it. If we want the continent to be really to scale and have impact and also to speed, we need to have the conversation between countries and between regions.
Excellent. Reza, what would be the message?
The message would be that we've heard a lot of solutions, we have the answers, and now it really is about the commitment, and that needs to be accelerated on all fronts.
Honorable?
COP29 is not a bridge COP. It should be taken seriously. It's a finance COP, and we should work on delivering on finance. And focusing on loss and damage should not take away on the focus on adaptation finance. Last year, we did not deliver on the global goal on adaptation, and the quantitative needed for adaptation. And so we should make sure that this year we are delivering on that, and do not look at loss and damage as a substitute for that. And I think it's also important that we make sure that non-state actors, private sector, are part and parcel of the conversation, particularly with this new collective quantitative goal that has replaced the $100 billion pledges from the previous target.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Petrus, what will be the message?
Yeah, as I said, by now everything is known, solutions are known, they are there. What is needed is financing and implementation.
Excellent. So we need to look at this beyond borders. It's not just within our countries. We need to actually work with other countries. Second, it's not just about talk, it's about commitment. And then third, climate finance is not just about loss and damage. It goes beyond its loss and damage. COP29 offers an opportunity to deliver. And last but not least, we need to at least deliver actions as opposed to talk and walk to walk, like Namibia said. So join me in thanking our panelists. Well done, guys. Now, to wrap up this session before going to coffee break, we are delighted to have the Minister of Environment of Congo. You can get back to your seat so you can watch the video. Will send a message to us. This is really important because it's really, as we have this conversation, listen to the demand of the countries, where they come from, their perspective, and hopefully the video you're about to watch will drive the conversation in the panel roundtables, because I know she's extremely passionate about the issue. So roll the video.
Mesdames et messieurs, quels sont les principaux défis auxquels mon pays est confronté dans la lutte contre le changement climatique et comment nous envisageons de les aborder au travers donc, des ressources qui seraient disponibles? Telles sont les deux premières questions qui m'ont été posées. Malgré le fort potentiel écologique du Congo et du bassin du Congo en général, mon pays n'est pas épargné par les effets du changement climatique. Bien que contribuant peu aux émissions de gaz à effet de serre, il présente un indice de vulnérabilité élevé face au changement climatique avec des impacts sur la santé, le milieu naturel, les populations et les infrastructures et le développement économique de manière générale. Les épisodes d'inondations répétées et de pluies diluviennes de ces derniers mois montrent que le Congo fait face aux effets d'une plus grande variabilité du climat avec des impacts significatifs sur la variabilité saisonnière, sur laquelle repose la planification des activités sociales et économiques du pays et des catastrophes, notamment en milieu urbain, qui contraignent les décideurs à régulièrement opérer des réajustements et différer des programmes en vue de pallier l'urgence du relèvement économique et social post-catastrophe dont les coûts s'élèvent en milliards de francs CFA. C'est pourquoi, fort de son potentiel forestier, de mangroves et de tourbières qui servent de régulateurs du climat mondial, le Congo entreprend par devoir et solidarité internationale, au nom des pays du bassin du Congo, au travers de la commission climat du bassin du Congo, présidée par le président de la République, Denis Sassou Nguesso, la démarche vertueuse de préservation des écosystèmes vitaux pour la planète, tout en revendiquant activement le financement devant couvrir les coûts de l'adaptation et du développement résilient dans le contexte du changement climatique, vu que mon pays fait partie du poumon vert qui est le dernier rempart de l'humanité pratiquement, qui est le bassin du Congo, et donc nous rendons ce qu'on appelle un service écosystémique. Comment envisageons-nous de relever ces défis avec des ressources disponibles? Telle est la dernière question qui m'est attribuée. Le Congo ne dispose pas de ressources pour assurer efficacement sa résilience face aux chocs climatiques. Par devoir et solidarité géographique et intergénérationnelle, il participe activement, à travers la Commission climat du bassin du Congo, à l'effort global de lutte contre le changement climatique et l'érosion de la biodiversité. Ce devoir vis-à-vis de l'humanité ne doit malheureusement pas être à sens unique. Je pense légitimement que le coût de l'adaptation nécessaire à notre développement, au bien-être des populations congolaises, devra être rémunéré au travers des mécanismes de financement climatique mondiaux au prorata du service rendu à l'humanité. Le Congo, à travers la Commission climat du bassin du Congo, a mis en place un fonds fiduciaire pour le financement de projets et programmes de développement multisectoriels dans les pays membres. À cet effet, mon pays accueillera cette année, donc en 2024, une table ronde des bailleurs en vue de la présentation des différents projets et afin d'entamer des discussions devant aboutir à la levée des fonds requis pour leur mise en œuvre. Mesdames et messieurs, il ne me reste plus qu'à vous remercier de m'avoir accordé ce temps et cette possibilité donc de pouvoir porter ces quelques messages. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Ministre, pour ce message extrêmement puissant qui nous vient donc du Congo. And that brings us to the end of our leadership panel. So we're going to have a coffee break until 11:30. And after that, we're going to go right into our breakout sessions. And we got two actually parallel sessions happening at the same time. One is scaling up adaptation that gives you more opportunity to talk among yourself, but also come up with some actionable recommendations, as we said. And that session will be co-chaired by Africa Adaptation Initiative and by GGGI. But as I mentioned earlier, there won't be any panelists in the parallel session. You will be the panelists, so you can really voice your opinion and your concerns and your recommendation. We have a second panel called How to Accelerate Climate Finance to Deliver on the Goal of the Paris Agreement on Climate Finance. That will be co-chaired by Malvin Shirum, who is the Chief Underwriting Officer of ARC Limited, the affiliates of the ARC Group. It's also going to be co-chaired by Frank Agjagba, Group Director of Business Development of AGF. Now, you've noticed that we decided not to allocate you to rooms, so you're free to go to wherever you want to join, so that way you can join based on your interests and your contribution. And then I believe after that, then we're going to get into a networking lunch and get on with the rest of the program. So enjoy your coffee break and have fun in the sessions, and I have some great ideas to come out of it so we can come and report back here. Thank you very much.
1, 2. Putsipo. Ya ungathi udinga usizo la uchethe ukuthola islack se-SDI laphayana for the screen.
Okay, sure.
Okay, sure.
All right, sure.
Please check the podium mic for me there, Chad.
Yep. Yeah. 1, 2. Good day, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, you can come closer.
This one doesn't actually bend down there. Good morning. Good afternoon. Welcome.
Can come closer.
Hello? Yeah? Like, yeah? No, I'm not used to chewing on a microphone.
Keep going.
Oh, what a lovely day. It's such a pity I'm stuck there in the back. In the control room where it's all dark and dingy, no sun. Oh, man. Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Good day. Hello. Welcome. And your last speaker for the day will be Sipo. Where is he? Oh, he's ran away. Sorry. Yep. So, is Naz up there? No. Okay.
Keep going.
Yeah. All right.
There's a ring somewhere I'm trying to find.
Yeah. Not sure. Should I just walk past the speakers? Oh. Sorry. Who did that? Yeah. Who does it? Fucking. Okay. Oopsie, I see. Yeah. Is that where the SDI cable is? I thought it was on the other side.
No, both sides.
Oh, both sides. Okay. Nice. Mobile. Because I see there is one sticking out on that side.
Okay.
But you don't want to use that one?
No, I just want to use this one because I wasn't so sure what's happening because I think somebody tried to pull it. And then I tried yesterday, but it doesn't work. I need to just
right.
time to check what was
Yeah, it was a... We didn't have much time yesterday to get those... Everything up and running. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Should I help you there? Yes. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Don't think it's this mic that's ringing. It might be one of the bell packs. Whoa. Yeah. And it might be... was it this one? Yeah? Hello. Welcome to the forum. Yay. Yep, Maraba start. I just seen something said Maraba on screen. So I was wondering, are they talking about Maraba start? Yeah.
Give me some more
Yep. Okay.
Like
Now
close.
you project better, and you have a lot.
Closer to the mic.
Better topics to. No. just sounds horrible. I can't do that. Sorry. Yeah. Peas, teas.
Yeah, keep going, just like that.
Hey, yeah. Hello. Peas, teas. And I don't know what it is that Wesley always says. You know, with the P's, the T's, and the S, or something of the sort. Yeah. But anyway, yeah. Probably, I don't think anyone is going to speak this close to the mic. Really. Because that would just be wrong. Hello. Really. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4. The poor diaphragm is like gonna tear. Hello, hello, hello. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Good day. Yeah. 1. Mr. David, would you like to speak into the microphone? Yeah. To test. 1. Oh, nice. Can you set this mic to push the door off switch? Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2.
If you get the others, you can set it. When you press it, then it goes on. When you press and hold it, it stays on until you leave it. Or when you press it like this one, it goes off.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 2, 2. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2.
One,
Finger
two.
remote, that one. 1, 2.
1, 2.
1, 2. One, two, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 2, 2. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 2, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 2, 2. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2.
1, 2.
1, 2, 2, 2. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 2, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 2, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7, 9, 10. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 1, 2. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2.
Sharp.
1. Yeah. Yeah, right.
Sharp.
Right.
Let's check your map pack le yokuqala number 1.
Okay, sure. Yeah, number 1. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 1, 2. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 2, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 1, 2. Sharp, ne? One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 2, 2. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 2, 2. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 2. Sure. Why the screen was shaking? Because they were complaining about screen. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, sure. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4. Sure. One, two, three, four. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7, 9. Sure. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 1, 2. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7. Sure. One, two, three, four. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 2, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Ngicela ukubuyele kule enye ne? 6.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4. Sure. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 1, 2. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 1, 2. Testing. Sure.
Yokugcina leyo. Oh, okay.
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Sure.
1, 2, yeah. 1, 2. Check mic. 1, 2. Check your mic. 1, 2. One, two, yeah, check mic. 1, 2. Check, check, check. 1, 2, yeah. 1, 2. 2, 2. This is a mic check. 1, 2. One, two, yeah, 1, 2. 2, 2, 2. This is a mic check. 2, 2, 2. 2. 2, 2, 2. 2, 2, 2. This is a mic check. 1, 2. Wah. Wah. 1, 2. Yeah, 1, 2.
crazy. Ubonzele nto. Sharp.
afternoon. So this is the second high-level
in the instance is the rains, the floods. We have seen just 1 year rainfall has affected and then put down about 11 lives, and as estimated by the World Bank, $80 million of worth of our properties and assets has been lost by just 1 year of rain season. Before even that, Gambia was experiencing a serious drought, which also affect our farmers. And then we are just saying that the majority of the population is they're employed in the farming sector. So if we are having this unprecedented, unpredicted rain patterns, it also not only confuse the farmers, but also confuse the economy in our planning sector. And again, it backfires into all sectors of our lives. And even whereas we have even the serious rains that affects not only our property, but even infrastructure. Children are forced not to go to school, even employments and at the business sector are also affected. So this is one that is also challenging our entire economy as a whole, as a developing countries. But most importantly, we don't even have the required manpower in terms of technical know-how, that's the capacity and also the resources to respond adequately and on time. That also extend the suffering of this impact. For what we are doing as a country, for me, when I'm responding to this question, I said, this should not be a question that should be asked to the Gambia, but to those that have emitted and caused the problem. Gambia as a country emitted or contributed very insignificantly to this entire problem. 0.01% does not, or is not a good scale for us to suffer this much as a developing country. And also to use our mega resources that is also competing with other developing sectors to invest or also put in all that we have to mitigate aspect of, of climate change. But notwithstanding, we are forced as a country to do that. In the IPCC report recently, that's their activity report, it has been mentioned that majority of the developing countries spent more than 80% of the cost required for adaptation. That's not fair. We have been forced, and we have to, because we have to adapt to climate change. We have to build our resilience by force. But looking at our NDC, the NDC is having two components, both the conditional and the unconditional aspects. So the areas that are conditional, meaning we need to get the financial support to be able to execute them. Imagine the Gambia has got the political will and the little technical experts and willingness to go that far to produce a well-praised national determined contribution. But again, the execution of this well-put strategic document is also left in the hands of access to finance. And if you don't have access to finance, meaning Gambia is at risk of not even achieving its, well, internationally ready to contribute to the global call. But my key aspect here is for this question is to say Gambia is also doing well as far as the country is concerned to the unconditional areas in terms of our NDC. That is, we are upgrading our roads, and we are also trying to make sure that looking at our NDC is a green focused recovery national development plan, meaning that all aspects of our development must respond to climate change impacts. So that is very key for the government, and that shows a very high political will. But again, access to finance is a key stumbling block. But notwithstanding, Gambia is not left behind in the strive towards mitigating issues of climate change and doing the best as little as we have within our capacity and our capability.
Thank you very much, Minister. So the Minister mentioned technical expertise and capacity. So one of the co-conveners is the Executive Secretary of the African Capacity Building, the African Capacity Building Foundation. So Mamadou Bite, his Executive Secretary, will be sending us a short message. And then afterwards in the panel, actually, Mr. Mbake will tell us a little bit more about the technical expertise needed, capacity building, which is key ultimately to accessing climate finance. And so what are the stumbling blocks that we need to overcome to get there? But if we can please cue the video of the Executive Secretary.
Dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, I greet you all. Thank you for the opportunity to be part of this conversation by addressing you virtually. Though I have been part of the journey from the beginning, unfortunately, I was not able to be physically with you there, but I'm wholeheartedly with you in this conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, the global climate crisis is one of the most urgent and pressing issues for developing nations, especially African nations. It is a big issue that transcends organizations and nations. This is why to tackle it, we need collaboration. Collaboration across institutions, collaboration across nations, collaboration across sectors. This is why I'm very thankful to all the co-conveners. And I want to say that ACBF is extremely pleased and proud to be part of this collaborative. In this discussion, there are so many aspects we can discuss about the climate crisis and its solutions. One at the center of the discussion is financing climate action. Financing is important because the current financial commitments at the table are just a mere drop in the ocean of needs. However, what is already on the table is often not accessed by African nations. And even when they do, these resources are not fully utilized in implementing impactful projects that address vulnerabilities. One of the reasons for that is the lack of capacities and skills. Number one, to prepare bankable projects that allow to raise the resources required to implement the national adaptation plans. But second, it is also weak capacities, both human and institutional, to fully execute on the projects. I would like to invite this audience to bring the issue of capacity building at the center of the discussions. I would like also to express our commitment as the African Capacity Building Foundation to playing our part in the outcomes of these deliberations. We at ACBF are committed to support and bring human skills building, and institutional capacity in building a stronger, more resilient and inclusive Africa in the face of climate change. Thank you very much, and I wish you fruitful deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mamadou. So Mamadou's actually posed a number of questions that we will hopefully address in the next panel in terms of accessing capital, but also project preparedness and the execution of these projects. So in a manner that is suitable and that will yield the results that we want. So without further ado, I'll ask my panelists to join us in no particular order. Dr. Male Fofana from the Global Green Growth Institute, one of the co-conveners. Miss Winfried Kinutia from the MasterCard Foundation Fund for Resilience and Prosperity. Mr. Moïse Rassamolina, Secretary General of the Ministry of Environment and Sustainable Development of the Republic of Madagascar, who I know work very closely with the African Risk Capacity, and many of you here. Ms. Kulfum Homari Motsumi, Special Advisor at the Africa Adaptation Initiative, who's going to be putting the case forward for adaptation alongside Dr. Charles Nemachena, Regional Director for Africa at the Global Center for Adaptation. Thank you, Charles. And as I mentioned, Mr. Mbake Nyang, Director of Programs and Impact at the Africa Capacity Building Foundation, who'll hopefully bring in the technical capacity building and technical expertise that is needed to tap into these pools of capital as well as executing on these projects. I'm going to start with a question in French, if I may. If you want to get your headsets, please do. Je vais commencer, Moïse, par vous poser peut-être la question. La première question, vu que vous travaillez pour un gouvernement, pour un État, donc vous avez une vision plus ou moins large des défis auxquels vous faisiez face, et vous pouvez utiliser l'exemple de Madagascar, et également en fait les projets que vous avez en place dans votre stratégie pour gérer les défis du climat, et en fait peut-être les contraintes que vous avez pour avoir accès à ces financements qui sont disponibles, mais que nous n'arrivons pas à faire venir au continent. Donc peut-être que vous allez contextualiser cette discussion en nous donnant l'exemple de Madagascar et de ce que vous faites dans votre pays et les défis que vous devrez relever et les projets que vous avez en place et la préparation des projets au sein du gouvernement.
Oui. Merci de m'avoir donné la parole. Je tiens à remercier vraiment les organisateurs d'avoir organisé cette table ronde qui est, je dirais, une plateforme très importante et très intéressante au niveau de l'Afrique. Quand on parle de Madagascar, nous avons parlé plusieurs fois de Madagascar, notamment sur les aspects des cyclones. En 2022, effectivement, Madagascar a été victime de 5 cyclones et le pays actuellement ne s'en remet toujours pas. Des cyclones qui ont touché beaucoup de villes et ont causé des destructions à 80% pour certaines villes. Donc la résilience de nos villes, de nos infrastructures est assez, je dirais très faible. Il y a aussi tout ce qui est sécheresse et désertification et aussi tout ce qui est baisse de la précipitation et augmentation de la température. Dans le sud de notre pays, nous avons une sécheresse, une famine qui dure depuis des décennies, qu'on appelle le kéré. Donc, tout ça entre dans le cadre je dirais, des impacts du changement climatique et a des impacts importants en termes de capacité de développement du pays, de résilience des systèmes alimentaires. Pas plus tard qu'il y a quelques jours, la FAO a publié des statistiques selon lesquelles le taux de malnutrition était de 35% en 2013-2015 et 51% entre 2020 et 2022. Donc à l'issue de ces périodes cycloniques-là, et à partir du moment où il y a tout d'abord ces aspects-là, et renforcés aussi par des aspects causés par la désertification, parce que si en 2015 Madagascar avait 3 régions qui ont été atteintes par la désertification en 2019, d'après le rapport qui a été publié en février en 2019. Nous avons 15 régions sur nos 24 régions qui sont touchées aussi par ce phénomène de désertification-là. Tout cela pour dire que nos priorités en matière d'adaptation sont liées à la gestion de ces impacts, à l'adaptation à la sécheresse, à la résilience de nos villes, de nos infrastructures, mais et aussi en termes d'agriculture, des projets sur l'agriculture climato-intelligente, les assurances agricoles et les banques alimentaires. Et dans le sud, nous mettons en place une ceinture verte qui consiste vraiment à reverdir des paysages qui sont complètement, je dirais, dégradés, et à mettre en place des ceintures qui permettent de lutter contre des phénomènes climatiques extrêmes comme les tempêtes de sable qui persistent dans le sud de notre pays. Malgré, dans ce cadre, Madagascar dans ses engagements climatiques, nous avons une contribution déterminée nationale, nous avons tous les documents exigés à l'international en matière de changement climatique. Nous avons notre plan national d'adaptation, nous avons notre stratégie à long terme, à développement à faible émission carbone. Donc nous avons tous ces documents-là, mais vraiment pour la mise en œuvre de ces documents, puisque l'argent c'est le nerf de la guerre, nous sommes confrontés à ces problèmes de financement. Oui, Madagascar a accès à des fonds, par exemple la LDCF au niveau du GEF, GCF ou encore le fonds d'adaptation. Et il y a aussi des initiatives, je dirais, qui ne sont pas effectuées au niveau de ces fonds-là, comme les nouvelles initiatives récentes et innovantes des actions anticipatoires effectuées par le PAM à travers une convention tripartite avec le gouvernement malagasy et l'ARC. Dans toute cette architecture de projets, de programmes, les plus grandes difficultés pour Madagascar, c'est toujours, on revient à la même question de capacité technique très limitée du gouvernement en termes de formulation et de montage de projets. Pour un gouvernement, pour les fonctionnaires du gouvernement, il faut par exemple pour le GEF 3 ans pour monter un projet, pour monter un projet bancable et qui finalement peut-être ne sera pas retenu au niveau du fonds concerné. Et après ces 3 années-là aussi, peut-être que le projet ne répondra plus au contexte de mise en œuvre. Et aussi, il y a les difficultés liées à la mise en œuvre. Il faut en parler. Elles sont surtout relatives, je dirais, au fait qu'il y a cette contrainte liée à la mise en œuvre par des agences d'exécution ou bien des entités accréditées qui finalement parfois ne sont pas alignées aux priorités nationales, aux priorités du gouvernement. Il y a un grand travail de diplomatie verte à faire pour faire aligner ces 2 éléments-là. Il y a aussi un manque d'inexistence, je dirais, d'entités accréditées au niveau national. Nous n'avons pas au niveau national d'entités accréditées et c'est toujours en lien avec cette absence cette difficulté de mise en œuvre et capacité technique limitée. Nous avons quand même des pistes de solutions à proposer face à ces défis-là, et notamment la mise en place d'une agence accréditée nationale, mais aussi, je dirais, la facilitation de tout ce qui est procédure pour avoir les financements climatiques. pour que nous n'attendions pas 3 ans pour avoir les financements, 5 ans pour avoir les financements. Le renforcement aussi des compétences au niveau des agents nationaux dans la mobilisation des financements extérieurs. Il y a des évaluations qui sont faites au niveau de nos administrations, nos institutions internes, intérieures, nationales, et qui font paraître que nous n'avons pas les capacités là, mais l'évaluation reste une évaluation et il n'y a pas de renforcement de capacité adéquate à l'issue de ces évaluations-là. Donc il faut aussi faire en sorte de faire suivre les évaluations par des actions concrètes. Mais quand on parle aussi de financement climatique, on parle souvent de financement extérieur, mais il y a aussi les financements intérieurs qui peuvent être mobilisés, notamment par le secteur privé. Le problème pour beaucoup de pays et que j'ai ressenti pour beaucoup de pays, et pas seulement pour notre pays, c'est que le cadre réglementaire et législatif, mais aussi l'écosystème interne ne permet pas de promouvoir ces financements-là. On a un décret RED+, qui est boycotté par le secteur privé, et le ministère de l'Environnement est forcé de faire lui-même des plaidoyers en interne au niveau du gouvernement pour faire passer un cadre juridique plus incitatif pour ces fonds carbone-là, qui devraient être un financement efficace pour l'adaptation et les actions climatiques. Et
je pense que vous avez donné en fait un contexte assez complet. Vous avez dit que le nerf de la guerre, c'est quand même l'argent. Vous avez dit que l'accès au financement peut être compliqué. Je voulais savoir, en fait, je vous pose une question sur ça. Est-ce que c'est parce que les procédures sont compliquées? Est-ce que c'est parce que vous n'avez pas les capacités techniques, c'est-à-dire les procédures sont compliquées au niveau de ceux qui donnent le financement? Ou est-ce que c'est parce que vous n'avez pas les capacités techniques au sein du gouvernement pour avoir accès à ces fonds, et avoir accès à ces fonds d'une façon assez rapide, en fait? Parce que vous dites que ça prend 3 à 5 ans pour accéder à ces fonds-là. Donc en fait, le système doit changer. C'est ça ce que j'ai bien compris?
Oui, exactement. Et je dirais que ce sont les deux réponses. Je dirais la positive aux deux réponses, parce que, par exemple, pour formuler un projet du GEF, il y a 250 pages à lire pour des techniciens, donc 250 pages à lire. On est en plein processus pour ce faire maintenant. Et là-dessus, on va effectuer un dialogue national pour permettre à tous les acteurs de vraiment s'imprégner tout le processus, mais et aussi renforcer les capacités de toutes les parties prenantes au niveau du GEF. Et effectivement, il y a aussi ces lacunes techniques-là. Il y a les projets Readiness, tout ce qui permet de nous apprêter là-dessus, mais le fait est que c'est insuffisant pour avoir la capacité nécessaire. Et moi, j'opterais vraiment pour une diplomatie verte forte au niveau régional, au niveau international, au niveau de la zone Afrique, au niveau panafricain, de manière à changer quand même ce système, parce que on nous oblige un peu à respecter l'accord de Paris, mais il y a des éléments, par exemple, sur ces questions d'accessibilité, l'article 9.9 qui stipule vraiment l'obligation de faciliter l'accès à ces financements, surtout pour les pays vulnérables.
Merci Moïse. So the theme of this particular session is scaling up climate finance and adaptation. So we've got a couple of people who are going to make the case for adaptation, Ms. Kulfu Momari Mutsumi and Dr. Charles Nemachena. But first I wanted to give some numbers that I got from Patrick's report that he mentioned from the Global Center for Adaptation. Mm-hmm. And I believe that when we look at global climate finance, we've actually seen a positive trend. So it's doubled to $1.3 trillion. But when we look at the requirements over the next decade in terms of adaptation finance, it's 3.3 trillion, saying that Africa's needs are probably 1.6 trillion by 2035, but Africa's only going to get probably about 200 billion. So that's an eighth of what it should get, so about 12% of what it should, of what it needs, let's say. And I think Patrick mentioned this stat earlier on. He said that Africa probably gets about 20% of global adaptation finance. And this is when we also remember that this is what Dr. Charles was telling me. So climate, also adaptation finance is a sort of poor cousin to other types of climate finance. And there's reasons behind that ultimately. It's people understand mitigation better than understand adaptation from the market perspective. So so really I want to hear from you to put the case forward for adaptation finance and let us know how we can increase adaptation finance in Africa. So maybe we'll start with Cole Fulman, then we'll go to you, Charles, if that's all right.
Thank you. Thank you, facilitator, and for giving me the floor and for inviting me to this panel. I think those figures that you mentioned are quite correct. And actually, for many years, if you look, in my other, I wear another hat, which is I'm the adaptation negotiator for Africa. And we've seen that even though now we are going to COP29, for many years, adaptation was underfunded, severely underfunded, and it remains underfunded. And I think if some of you have been following the discussions, and in Glasgow, actually, where we had an agreement that we're going to double adaptation finance because it was severely underfunded. But even then, the doubling of adaptation finance was looking at figures that were extremely, they were not able to meet the needs. So doubling of adaptation finance, which would be around the region of 40 billion, is still very low if you consider what the demands are, and you've talked about the demands. So we should actually, and a lot of people in our circles are talking about tripling and quadrupling of adaptation finance because it's still not sufficient. So even the 100 billion that we've been asking for, which has not been met, is actually a drop in the ocean if we look at what is actually needed. And adaptation continues to be underfunded, and this is why some of you talked about the global goal on adaptation. And the global goal on adaptation, which is the discussions that we're having within the UNFCCC, is to ensure that, one, we understand what those impacts are, and we understand what adaptation needs are, and adaptation is funded and it receives the support that is required. Now, why do we need to fund adaptation, you would ask? And the questions for me, I would see it as four elements. It's to save lives, to save livelihoods, for economies, to strengthen our economies and for growth, as well as for growth in the sense of sustainable development, as well as for our ecosystems. I just want to give figures at this point to see how, when we fund adaptation or when we don't do adaptation, what it will mean. And the science is telling us that if we don't fund adaptation, our economies are going to be impacted. Our GDP loss would be in the region of 13.9% in Africa alone without adaptation. So here is a case for economy. Our global agricultural yields will reduce by 30%. In Africa, it's actually almost 40% in maize alone, and others, of course, will be impacted. The number of people who lack sufficient water will rise up to 5 billion by 2050. And people will be pushed into poverty. So the results, the figures are there. We know what it means when we don't fund adaptation. And how do we then make a case for it? And I would use some of the analysis that has been done to say that we need to fund adaptation for three reasons. One, it's a moral imperative, a moral and a human imperative. As we know, we always say that Africa did not contribute less than 4% of the greenhouse gas emissions, but in terms of the impacts, Africa feels the most. So we are funding something that we contributed the least, but not only that, the most vulnerable actually feel the most impacts. So it's a moral imperative, it's a human imperative. And we also know that with climate change, the impacts will increase inequality. So it will increase the haves and the have-nots. So inequality will increase, as well as women will feel the impacts more. Women and children, as well as girls, will feel the impacts more. So that's an issue of equity. So inequality will increase if we don't fund adaptation.
But also importantly, and we keep talking about this now, is around the future generations. This is is a burden that we are going to leave for our children and our grandchildren, and it's a moral imperative. So that's the first reason. I think we need to fund adaptation because it's a moral imperative. So I won't just stick to just the finances. I also want us to I want to reach your hearts and minds, as well as the figures and the dollars and the cents. And the second one would be it's an environmental imperative. We know that nature is the first line of defense, and I was actually talking about this with Catherine from UNCCD, talking about how using nature is important for providing livelihoods, protecting shelter, and giving us protection, particularly as we're seeing with mangroves, and how mangroves are able to provide lives and livelihoods and protect lives in terms of when we have extreme events such as floods. So it's an environmental imperative because nature and a thriving environment is critical for human survival. Therefore, environmental imperative this is why we need to fund adaptation. Yet, science is telling us that the way we are going, Africa will lose about 14% of its species will go extinct. And how will that support our ecosystems, and how will that support our survival as the human species? And then finally, it's an economic imperative. And this is where now I want to come to the dollars and the cents. A study has been done by the GCA, actually, to show what the cost benefit would be on adaptation and the return on investment on adaptation. And we have figures ranging from, according to the analysis by the GCA, from 1:2 and 1:10. So for every dollar invested, we get $10 benefit in terms of economic benefits. So the return on investments are there, and this study was done looking at particularly 5 sectors, and we were in one panel today talking about early warning systems. That's one of it. Climate resilient infrastructure, dryland agriculture, we've talked about it with the UNCCD, mangrove protection, as well as water resources, building resilience in water resources management. So these, while they are global goods, these are global goods, having access to water and sanitation, this is a global good. However, investing, because Africa, we know that we have a deficit in terms of our development, and therefore investing in these sectors will yield between 1:2 to 1:10 in terms of our benefits in our investments. So, of course, this is a challenge with regards to methodological issues, and I'm sure many organizations will have different figures to say, but this is what we're being told, and we believe that it's important to then invest in adaptation. And then finally, what do we need to do moving forward? One, we need to understand those impacts. So the national adaptation planning processes that we have in our countries, NDCs, and so on that we have, how do we characterize the risks? So the information that is required to be able to characterize the risks that we have in our countries and put those into plans, investable plans is really key. And of course, access to finance. And the issue around access is really critical, and I know that we've talked about capacity building, but for me it's beyond capacity building, it's also having the access to the right kind of data. So it's not just capacity building of human resources, it's also technological, it's data, it's information, it's human resources, it's technological, and so on. So I think those are really key, and I can always come back to this. I'll stop here for now.
Yeah, thank you. Dr. Charles, Kulthum said that adaptation finance is underfunded. So maybe you can tell us why it's underfunded. And then you can maybe tell us how an institution such as yours can help. Moe said that it's quite tough to access certain types of funding, especially in terms of adaptation finance. So how can the GCA help a country like Madagascar access some of the funds that are out there to channel them to where it's needed most?
Thank you. I also want to thank the organizers for inviting the Global Center on Adaptation to participate in this event. To the question you've asked me, as she has already alluded to, from the beginning, climate finance is always focused on mitigation, and since the Global Commission on Adaptation set up, led by former Secretary General Ban Ki-moon in 2018, and they were able to put an economic case from the flagship report that they published to show that it actually makes economic sense to invest in adaptation. And by then, the report showed that investing about $1.7 trillion between 2020 and 2030 was going to yield economic benefits of about $7 trillion, but we still find actual investments in adaptation lacking, which is like a paradox. So what you see on the ground is actually the impacts of climate change are actually accelerating at a faster rate than the flow of funds for adaptation in the countries. And you also see that the pace at which funding, you mentioned 1.2 trillion in the past 2021 to 2022, increase in climate finance, of which that was going to mitigation. Adaptation funding earmarked for adaptation in that period was only 63 billion, which was actually 5% compared to 7% in the previous period, 2019 to 2020. So you can actually see that funding for adaptation still remains lacking. And one of the issues, when you look, for example, at the NDCs that the countries have developed, for Africa, the estimate is around 53 billion, but that 53 billion is based on 28 countries that had estimated costs of their adaptation activities in their NDCs. The rest have not done that. So that's also an underestimation of the actual costs. So for you to do a proper estimation of the requirements, the needs for adaptation, you need knowledge, you need robust data, you need modeling, and technical capacity to actually be able to do that. And that is usually lacking in the countries. So what we see is usually underestimation of the actual costs. So where you actually get the capacity to estimate, you actually see that the actual needs for adaptation combined with the impacts, the rate at which impacts of climate change are actually being felt. Africa is actually feeling the impacts now. It's not tomorrow, it's not next year, it's not 2050. The impacts, we're actually feeling them now. The drought in this region, the floods in East Africa, this is happening now, and the costs are so devastating to those who are actually experiencing them. And if you compare that to the inflow of funds, you can actually see that countries are actually suffering, and they need help to actually mobilize resources, not only from international sources, but also domestically. And also, when you look at adaptation finance, usually it's tied to negotiations at the global level. And those negotiations, she mentioned Glasgow, those commitments, you go to Sharm el-Sheikh, still there was no concrete, tangible figures or realization of those commitments from Glasgow to Sharm el-Sheikh. Go to Dubai, we're still working, talking of commitments, targets, but the actual inflow is actually very slow compared to what is actually happening on the ground. And from the Global Center on Adaptation, how we are assisting countries mobilize resources for actually responding to the impacts of climate change. So through the Africa Adaptation Acceleration Program, we're working with international finance institutions. We have a collaboration with the African Development Bank, and we've extended it to the World Bank, where we are working with the international finance institutions to ensure that as biggest financiers of climate change action, because of the large-scale investments that they implement, we're able to work with them to ensure that their programs mainstream adaptation and resilience in the design before they actually go to actual implementation. So through the upstream financing facility, which is managed by the Global Center on Adaptation, we are able to provide technical assistance to ensure that we provide climate analytics and also the different adaptation options, and we screen them to working with the IFIs and working with the countries, and we identify an adaptation investment plan for each specific project or investment before it's implemented. And we also develop a climate rationale. For example, working with the African Development Bank, they have created an African climate window where projects that we have supported from the upstream financing facility, they're able to get more financing for the adaptation options that we have identified through their climate action window, and we were also able to use the same analytics to help the countries access more international finance from other sources, from GCF, from Adaptation Fund, or GCF, so working with all these other partners. So also through our adaptation finance pillar, we support countries to develop their capacity through direct access entities to ensure that they are able to mobilize resources to build their capacity and to walk them through helping them develop concept notes, proposals throughout the whole process till their proposal is actually been funded, whether by the GCF or by the Adaptation Fund. So those are some of the activities that we are doing. And of course, as a solutions broker, we work with partners to leverage the resources, the capacities that are in the countries. For instance, in our infrastructure pillar, we are working with local universities, for example, University of Nairobi in Senegal, the same, to actually ensure that these local institutions, we combine them with international institutions such as the Oxford University to develop their capacity to do climate risk assessments for all infrastructure in the country. And this is also used by the IFIs to develop their national programs for those respective countries, so that when they develop these programs, they are already embedding climate adaptation and resilience, so that already when they design those also bringing climate financing within the design of the programs themselves. And we are building capacity of these universities so that on their own, for example, in June, the University of Nairobi held their first masterclass on change makers on infrastructure, which is actually building capacity of the local people to actually be able to do the analytics, develop proposals for adaptation financing in the infrastructure sector, so that on their own they are able to support their respective countries. And of course, we have also realized when you look at the statistics, private sector funding is around 3%. It's still very low. And we are working in our climate finance pillar to ensure that we see how we can work with the national banks to ensure that they understand the risk portfolio, the risks, climate risks of their portfolio, and what they need to do to ensure that they embed climate adaptation and resilience and increase financing for adaptation within the countries and also the operations that they are operating. I think I'll stop here.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Charles. When you say 3%, that's in Africa. So private sector financing in Africa is 3%. I think in the rest of the world it's much higher, and basically it's about closing the gap. So you mentioned your initiative, and within your initiative, it's about acceleration, you said. So when you say acceleration, is that because the money is there, so pools of capital are there? Because Kulfum alluded to that there have been pledges and commitments that have not been respected, so the pools of capital aren't as big as we first anticipated or first hoped. But are you saying that the pools of capital are there, but ultimately what you're working on to try and bridge that gap is working on project preparedness and capacity building to make sure that we can access those funds quickly? Is that what you're saying? Did I catch you right?
Yeah, so as a solutions broker, we want to accelerate action on the ground. And one of the ways that we have identified is working with the IFIs, because already they have these large investments. So working with them, we're actually able to accelerate. If we're able to embed adaptation and resilience in the design of their investments, we're actually able to accelerate action on the ground and also at scale because of how big the investments that they're implementing are.
So, Dr. Fofana, I'm going to come back to you in a second. I see you've taken lots of notes, so you're going to summarize and respond to what's been said. But first, we're going to go to Mr. Mbake, if I may. And there's I suppose there's two angles. I mean, in journalism, they say never ask two questions to someone, but I will ask you two questions. One is just generally responding to what's been said about the capacity building side and technical expertise that's been mentioned a number of times throughout the day, actually, not just on this panel. But also, I wanted to bring along the question of local context, ultimately. I think that was part of a discussion earlier in one of the panels where it was said that a lot of these international frameworks have been put together without necessarily taking into consideration Africa's local context, which means that actually when we're trying to create or be part of those global value chains and be part of the climate finance value chain, we're not, because our local context is not taken into consideration. So ultimately, we need to bridge that gap, and I don't know, maybe we need a louder voice at the decision-making table when we're formulating these frameworks. But maybe you can bring that local context and African-led solutions and African-led leadership, I suppose, and thought leadership on this particular question. So if you can give us your take on the building the capacity and how we go about it to make sure that institutions are working together, I suppose, to share that knowledge on a continental-wide basis, and also that local context question that has arisen a number of times over the past day.
Yeah, thank you, Omar. Thank you very much for inviting me to join this esteemed panel on how we see the lack of how the approach towards institutional capacity and lack of readiness. We see that at many levels. The first one is institutional level, where we need to strengthen frameworks and capacity. And for us, it's important that we have robust policies, regulatory and institutional frameworks at national and regional level to mobilize and manage climate finance effectively. The second aspect is also to invest in building capacity, technical and administrative, of national and local authorities to identify, develop, and implement and monitor climate projects. We also think that it's important to establish dedicated climate finance institutions such as green banks and national climate fund to de-risk investment and so also to bring in private sector. The second level is how to improve accountability and transparency. We don't often talk about it, but it's very important to enhance transparency in carbon accounting, climate finance tracking, and also in public finance management. In ACBF, we have a project on public finance. It is very important that we enhance transparency at that level to ensure equitable distribution and efficient resource utilization. We also need to promote accountability in public services delivery and strengthen internal capacity to manage climate finance. The second level is supporting development of bankable projects. I have heard a lot of my colleagues talking about developing projects. It's very important, as my ES said earlier, that sometimes there are resources available, but to tap into those resources, we need capacity to develop bankable projects. And if we do, we need also capacity to implement them effectively. This is for us very important. The third level is to adopt a coordinated African-led approach, establish robust coordination mechanism between national governments, regional bodies, development partners, empower African institutions as well, and stakeholders to take a leading role in the global debate. It's also important to advocate for a greater volume of concessional finance on grant from multilateral development banks. Specifically at ACBF, we address the capacity building aspect in the following ways. We provide training and technical assistance to government officials at all levels to identify, design, and structure bankable climate adaptation projects that can attract climate finance. We support development of standardized project management tool, guidelines, templates. We also facilitate access to data, model, and information to enable evidence-based project and feasibility assessment. We offer also coaching and mentoring to project development and strengthen project management, financial structuring, and then also stakeholder skills engagement. We also assist in establishing dedicated project preparation facilities. At institutional level, we work with government agencies and other partners to streamline their processes, procedures, and institutional arrangement for climate adaptation project development. We also support capacity building of relevant government departments to coordinate and approve climate adaptation projects. We support the development of monitoring and evaluation framework. We also facilitate peer-to-peer learning and knowledge management. With regard to the point on local knowledge, I think it's very important that we acknowledge that climate is hitting, and local communities have a say. They know their context better than we do. And generally, we don't pay a lot of attention to that. And our framework and approach toward that is very restrictive, is not accessible to them. We need to make sure that we have flexibility in the way we approach and get feedback, and also in the way we collect information and make it also available to them. So local capacity, local context matters when it comes to engaging to taking action towards those communities. But unfortunately, we tend to forget that. You know, how do we make sure our approach is inclusive to local knowledge and indigenous knowledge? For me, is key in addressing sustainably the issues that we are facing on climate change. So these are the points I wanted to share. Over to you.
Thank you. So maybe we'll go to Dr. Fafana, if I may. You're at the Global Green Growth Institute, and Mr. Mbake said that one of the areas that they're working on ultimately is making sure that projects are bankable, to make sure that we can channel money towards these projects. I mean, when you look at the African context, I mean, is that an issue, the lack of bankable projects, or do you disagree with Mbake on that front? There are actually enough bankable projects. We are project ready, but ultimately there's a problem channeling that money to these projects.
Yeah, I fully agree with that point, and maybe a couple of elements that can help to understand more the context, right? So when we look at the different NDCs, but also the National Adaptation Plan developed by countries, when you ask them if they tied it with investment plan, there's no investment plan. So it's just a policy document without investment plan. So it means they think about the strategy on the, but not really thinking about how they can mobilize funding. So, and I think that's really the biggest issues when we're facing when it's come to bankable project. The second is that most of the bankable projects rely on grant, and looking also on working with some of the funds that might take longer to just say to get to it. So that's also quite one of the issues. But let me just maybe give some element also that create issues in Africa when it's come to access to finance is the level of risk perception that the private sector are having when it's come to working in Africa. So when you look these rating, because each country we have a rating, you know, of the level of risk by 2 rating agencies in Africa, right? And most of the time, those who are rating those countries do not have any ideas of how those countries are attractive, because they rate based on data they receive on the website or Google on data, not really relying on national data. And that gives us false impression when it's come to the private sector. That's one of the issues. So private sector will increase let's say the investment, and also would ask for more risk cost sharing because the risk is high. So it means that you see more projects outside the continent than in Africa. That's one issue. So the question is how we can have in each country their own rating agency that rate themselves the level of risk perceptions, and they can just argue also with those rating at the global level. The second element is that as we continue selling adaptation project as a social project, private sector will be not involved. And that's what we're doing. Adaptation projects have to be sold as business project in order to have private sector in. Otherwise, they will say, I will just remain staying on a mitigation project because the technology and the business model when it comes to mitigation is solved and cracked by the private sector. They know how much they will get on return investment. But now when we go to adaptation, we push more the social part, the benefit of the population, you know, what are the social things that we got into the population. Private sector, just to be blunt here, they will not care about it at this stage. What they're looking first before getting to that stage is just, if I put this money, how much will come back in terms of return investment? And that's the first thing that we have to solve. Now, the question is how are we going to sell adaptation project as investment project or business project from the private sector? And the way to doing is that the government have to play a role, use the funding as a blending finance to take into consideration the social part and let the private sector take into consideration the business part. When you look at certain sectors, for example, agriculture sectors. We see a lot of increase on, let's say, productivity, or when we start combining, let's say, the nexus with energy, which is the mitigation part technology that solve, agriculture, but also forestry. The nexus of these three, you see like a bomb in this sector, which is climate smart agriculture or solar irrigation. The reason why is the private sector know if they use the technology that help them to reduce the energy consumption, replacing by a diesel pump, right? But also working with the farmers, reduce 50% of the costs when it comes to productions using diesel in a certain way. Why are you doing it? The government can work on the policy side because you will build a business model around this, you know, show the private sector and show also the different cooperatives that it's possible to have adaptation projects that have business oriented, and at the same time working on the enabling environment so the government can work on the policy to ban, for example, the importation of diesel pump in the countries and allow that people will push more and promote more solar irrigation system. So it's just really help to just do the scaling up. The second thing is also when you look at most of the adaptation projects, they usually trying to solve one particular problem in one particular, let's say, region, without thinking about how this particular solution can be scaling up at the national level at the beginning, right? They start thinking about when they get to the end of this project and see we do now the scaling up, right? So the business model should be thinking the solution that I'm solving in this region will be able to be solved at the national level, and the business model will help to get to that particular aspect, and that's the way we can looking at it as well. The other element is also linked to, we mentioned 20% adaptation finance, but we have to understand that 20%, most of them would be concessional loan. And concessional loan, as we speak for now, for government is quite difficult because the debt is quite high, and it's really difficult to get to the particular aspect. So, and that will just brought these questions that we have to look at the self-financing side from the African continent. A lot of the pension fund, as I mentioned this morning, they have a lot of liquidity, but they put this investment to real estates because they see more return in quick investment, but how they can redirect this funding to some of the adaptation or looking the development bank as well as the national level, how sovereign fund that they currently have in a lot of countries can be used also on the climate. So it's just looking those national, let's say, tools as innovative approach to go in that direction. And again, if we're looking and we're selling always adaptation project at a social one, we're losing the private sector. As long as we change the story and the pitch saying that we will gain more profit when we work in adaptation project than mitigation project, I will say private sector will be involved very quickly.
Kulfa, maybe you want to respond to what's just been said in terms of we need to sell adaptation less as a social imperative, more as an economic one.
So yeah, I think one, it's important to look at all elements. So as I said, social and ethical and moral imperative as well as an economic one. And I think once, I mean, from the negotiation space, when I wear my negotiation hat, I know that we've been trying to demonstrate the business case for adaptation for many years, and we've really struggled to get really good projects that are showing only the economic value of it. And if it's combined with economic, social, and environmental, that's when we begin to see the business case for it, or rather the rationale for funding adaptation. So while the private sector, and we know that this is going to require more than public financing, for sure. I mean, we're talking the trillions here. This is not something that governments can provide alone, but I do think that there is a role for public finance as well as for private financing. And I think it's to recognize who plays what role. I think the public financing is important to leverage more private financing, but private financing cannot do it alone in our view, because we've not been able to demonstrate how effective and the case for that. But maybe just because I have the floor and I'm taking full advantage of this, is just to share that the point that I raised earlier around capacity, I think it's a really important one, and I've been hearing that over and over and over again around how to support countries to develop pipeline projects of high quality and projects to mobilize resources and so on. As the Africa Adaptation Initiative, we've launched 2 initiatives. One that is the Adaptation Finance Academy. So actually really taking through African actors and African experts through the entire process, because as we know, we've talked about how most of these go to consultants. So how do we work with African experts through this academy to ensure that we as Africans are able to develop our own proposals, very good quality proposals and so on for funding? Because as has been said before, the financing exists to some extent. It's the capacity to actually unlock that finance. So the Africa Adaptation Academy, we've received lots of applicants, particularly from the youth. There's also the AI Young Professional Program for Adaptation, where we've received quite a lot, and happy to discuss that with some of you who are interested in how we can further that. But certainly there is an opportunity to ensure that as African experts, we have the capacity to support countries to develop fundable, good quality projects.
Fantastic. So you mentioned a point earlier, and well, just now about that private sector won't be, or government won't be, nor private sector will be the only source of finance. We mentioned the IFIs, but what we haven't mentioned so far is the philanthropic side, and they're playing an important role, increasingly important role in the development agenda across the continent.
Right.
So I know the MasterCard Foundation is an important philanthropic organization. They've created a fund for resilience and prosperity that KPMG are managing, and Ms. Winfred Kinutia, who's oversees the grants management and project finance management at this particular fund. Maybe you can tell us a little bit about how blended finance can play a role, and also we mentioned bankability. Ultimately, you are deploying this capital. So what are the constraints that you're facing in terms of deploying this capital and making it effective in terms of its use?
Thank you, and thank you everyone for having your attention on us. I know some of us being the last panel of the day is usually an interesting experience, but I'll go straight to the question that has been asked. When it comes to the role of grant funding, so I'm going to take it two parts. I'm going to first look at how grant funding helps to de-risk the climate space so that it can be able to catalyze the inflow of financing from the private sector. And then I'm going to speak a little bit about the particular program that has been mentioned. That's the Fund for Resilience and Prosperity that, as rightly put, is funded by the MasterCard Foundation, co-created with KPMG, and we are implementing it on their behalf. So in terms of, and I think being the last speaker also is challenging because I don't want to belabor what the rest of my colleagues here have spoken, but I'll just summarize. In terms of the impediments that are refraining the private sector from investing in the climate finance space, especially in Africa, I would summarize them as three main impediments. So the first one, and I think most of us have alluded to these, is the fact that we are not really able to guarantee the sustainability of these investments. So that's one of the things that is inhibiting the flow of private sector finance into Africa. The second challenge that we are seeing, because even as we were designing this program, we did very in-depth market studies. It's a Pan-African program, so we did go across the continent trying to understand how best to design the fund. The second thing we realized is African countries, we do have the regulatory backing, but the issue is when it comes to implementation. So I'm from Kenya, I'm based in Kenya, so I know, like, if you look at how we have structured, especially let me speak for Kenya in particular, we have all the policies, we have our NCAPs, we have really good NDCs that are costed. But when it comes to implementing, there's no implementation. So this environment is perceived to be weak, and such it deters the inflow of finance from the private sector. The third key challenge that most of us here have mentioned, I think, is when it comes to the technical capacity building. In a sector such as climate, both mitigation and adaptation, we are struggling, and I think we had also talked about this in the morning sessions, where there is this thought that this financing is actually somewhere, but we are not able to absorb it because we don't have as a continent the capacity to be able to, one, absorb it, mostly because we can't be able to, or it is perceived. And sometimes I wonder whether this is a perceived risk or an actual risk, but it is perceived that we are not able to properly implement these projects. So those are three key risks that we saw when we were trying to design this particular program. Now, how grant funding responds to these three particular challenges is grant funding, if you look at it, and I know so MasterCard Foundation is a foundation. We have other sources of grant funding, multilateral and bilateral. But what we have come to see the value of grant funding is that it is in of itself patient capital that comes into play in a sector like this, in a sector like climate adaptation and mitigation, and even policy in the continent, and it backs some of these programs that, truth be told, have not yet been evidenced to be sustainable. And then once we are able to take them to a place where they can now evidence sustainability, then the private sector financing can be able to come in the form of the concessional loans that we're speaking about that most of us don't really like taking on. But that is ideally, grant funding is in of itself patient capital. So that's one of the ways that grant funding de-risks this sector, allowing for private finance to flow. The second way in which it de-risks is I have been involved in the design of many programs in the course of my career. I've won many cups. And we have an aspect called matching funds. Now, most programs, when they are being designed, a matching fund element is, I would define it as what the grant recipients contribute towards the successful implementation of the program. And it can be a percentage that's put, so for instance, if you receive a grant funding of, let's say, $500,000, a percentage of that, from my experience, we've had 30 to 50% of that, you're supposed to match that. And ideally what that does is that other banks and other forms of financial institutions, when a program or a business is able to evidence that they can match a grant funding, it makes them more, it reduces this risk or perceived risk of investment into, and we've seen it in the past where we funded institutions, they've been able to evidence matching fund for the entire duration of the program until it's fully implemented and fully dispersed. And then at that point, they are able to attract more complex forms of fundings that actually have a cost of capital. So that's the second way in which grant funding can be used to de-risk and allow for flow of private finance. The third one, and the final one that I'm going to highlight is touching on the technical assistance aspect. There's a program that we ran before this particular one where we had, that program was directed towards financial inclusion, also a Pan-Africa program that was implementing in several countries in Africa. And what we realized, because this program came to an end when COVID was becoming a thing in the continent. So most of the programs that we had given disbursements to were not able to function once COVID hit. So we had to put our heads together and to quickly come up with a technical assistance facility that enabled them to be able to fully implement. So as a learning from that, we have seen the importance of technical capacities. For this particular program, we have it as one of our interventions from the get-go so that any grant recipient is able to also get technical assistance over the course of the program. So those are the three. So I've highlighted three risks. I've highlighted how grant funding is able to de-risk. So if I have a few more minutes, I'll talk about this particular program. I'm assuming most of us have heard about it. But if we haven't, I'm just going to talk about it. So it's the Fund for Resilience and Prosperity, that's the name. A 7-year program that is being implemented in 20 countries in Africa. If you want to know the countries, you can see me or my colleague here after this meeting. But South Africa is one of them. I won't say any others to that. But yeah, so 20 countries in Africa. So the goal of this program is job creation. And it's looking to create employment that is in line with the MasterCard Foundation Young Africa Works strategy that is currently being rolled out. So it's looking to create employment for the youth with an inclination towards young women, people living with disabilities, internally displaced people, and refugees. We are looking at funding high-growth, medium-sized SMEs. And I know from the tea breaks we've been having and the lunch breaks we've been having, when I've explained that, the question I keep getting is, what do you mean by SMEs? So it varies from country to country, and we have done market studies to identify what an SME means. For instance, in Benin, it's not what an SME means in South Sudan, it's not what an SME means here in South Africa or in Kenya. So we have done that analysis to ensure that we are being inclusive as a program as we roll out. And the sectors at which we are looking to fund, so these SMEs will be operating within the agribusiness value chain. And within the agribusiness value chain, we are looking to fund climate smart agriculture programs. And that's why we are even grateful to have gotten this opportunity to come here and to speak to this forum. So that is our first window. So we are calling them windows. We have the agribusiness value chain. The second one is the climate adaptation value chain. And the third one is digital economy. So in terms of progress, the program was launched last year in July. We went through a very complex design phase, and right now we've opened, we've gone out and done a call for applications for the Agribusiness Challenge Fund. It's been running from March, and it will be on a rolling basis up to November. So any business that's within that value chain, that's an SME that's operating within the 20 countries that we are looking into, is being called to submit an application. After we close the Agribusiness Challenge Fund, we are going to launch the Climate Adaptation Challenge Fund in December of this year. It will run for another 9 months, targeting the entire value chain, and then after that, we will launch the Digital Economy Challenge Fund. So if you have any questions, clarifications, please reach out to me. And I think my call to action as I conclude would be, you might be seated here and this information does not specifically apply to you, but I'm sure within your network there are people who would benefit. Organizations that are within the climate adaptation and mitigation space, that are SMEs that are doing really good work and just need to be de-risked. You can pass that information to them, and then we will see how it goes from there. Thank you. I'll close at that for now.
Yeah, very quick question therefore. In terms of the size of the grants, what sort of the ticket size? I mean, what are you looking at? Is there a minimum? Is there a maximum?
Yes, so the ticket sizes, we have a minimum of $500,000 to a maximum of $2.5 million. Yes.
Okay, so 500,000 is quite big for established SMEs, basically.
Yes, established SMEs.
Yeah. So we'll take some questions around. We've got about 10 minutes for questions. If you haven't got any, I've got. And in terms of, I mean, you mentioned crowding in. So those grants enable those other companies to crowd in more finance. So have you got any concrete examples of how that's been done in terms of?
Yes, I can give an example of a former grant recipient that we were funding in the program that we just concluded. It was called the Fund for Rural Prosperity, so we just borrowed the acronym. So we funded an organization in Tanzania that was looking to support smallholder farmers to be able to value add the losses that they were making from avocados. So this was an organization that had looked at the market in Tanzania and had seen that there's a lot of loss that comes post-harvest because they are not able to properly either harvest on time or be able to sell these products on time. So they came to us with a proposal where they wanted us to co-fund with them, because it had a matching fund element, to co-fund with them a factory that would take these avocados that are not fit for human consumption and turn them into oil. And the good thing about that particular program is that they already had a market for this particular oil. So they needed us to just co-fund with them that element. It was, I don't know whether I said this particular program is 7 years, but it's a 7-year program. That one was an 8-year program. So we gave them a grant that was running for 4 years. And by the end of those 4 years, they managed to co-finance. And by the end of those 4 years, when we did the final site visit, the factory was there. We went there, and there were actually women outside sorting the avocados and putting them into the contraption, I don't know that, but into that machine, and the oil was being produced. And by the time we were actually closing out that program, and right now, the good thing with us, we keep up with all the programs that we fund. They've managed to be able to attract funding from 2 big banks in Tanzania who are now funding them. And right now, they're not even at a place where they're anymore applying for grant funding. They are fully self-sufficient. And a program like that just goes to show, because at the start, they'd come to us and they told us no one else will fund us because we don't have a proof of concept. We cannot be able to tell anyone that this is actually sustainable. And because grant funding is that funding that comes to be able to prove that, we funded them, and at the end of it, we were able to, 1, create jobs for the people in that community in Mbeya in Tanzania. If anyone knows Mbeya, it's a very cold, very remote area of Tanzania. We were able to create jobs for women because the women, like when we did that final site visit, it was just evidence of the impact that a program like that can have. So the women were there sorting. So those women now had additional income on top of what they were actually getting from selling the fit for consumption avocados. And this was now reducing the issues with food wastage. So they were actually, it's one of the programs we look back at and we're like, if we could fund more such projects, the impact is long-term, and you can be able to actually see that financial institutions or the private sector is now coming in and funding those institutions, and they're able to remain independent and to grow after that. I could give a few more examples, but that's the one that's closest to my heart.
Thanks. We've got a question, lady
Yes.
in the green there. If you can please
Thank you
introduce
very
yourself.
much. My name is Amanda Archibonk from the GCA, and my colleague Dr. Charles is right on the panel. It's both a comment and a question. I think this discussion is very timely. As we know, our countries are coming to formulating the next round of their NDCs, with some due by 2025. And this serves an opportunity. We know that the previous versions were more mitigation focused, and now we know that they need to move more towards adaptation, which are Africa's needs. So I think my question and also comment, maybe, I don't know, maybe to Kultum, would be how can we mobilize the expertise on the continent to make sure that those plans are actually adaptation focused? We've talked about the gaps. We know what the gaps are, the capacity, the missing data, and all of that. But there is expertise. And so how can we, what ways can we look of in an innovative way to ensure that our countries are able to formulate those plans in a way that really do meet the needs of the continent? Thanks.
So Kulfum, I think that question is directed to you.
Yeah, thank you for that question. I think you're quite right. When we went to Paris in 2015, we were just given consultants that were not from the continent to develop our NDCs, and obviously without the understanding of the realities on the ground, a lot of these NDCs were very mitigation centric. In fact, I think one from my country had half a page, to close to a page of adaptation, yet those are the realities on the ground. We face a lot of adaptation challenges in the continent. Of course, we have changed now, and a lot of the, we put adaptation really at the core and the center of the negotiations. As you know, right now, we are even launching this, we've launched the Global Goal and Adaptation Framework, which will really help to cement the adaptation element within our NDCs, but within even the financing. The realities are that we do have the capacity in the continent. I keep hearing about technical capacity in the continent, we build capacity. We actually understand adaptation much more than where supposedly capacity is coming from, because we live with these realities. We grew up in having to deal with droughts and floods, and the capacities that have been developed. Our countries have invested heavily in these sectors, and I think providing a platform for those capacities to emerge, because they're there, but they're not given the platform to shine, so to speak, because it's made difficult by the kind of jargon, language becomes a barrier when you're in these international spaces. For example, in the negotiations, you only negotiate in English, for example. So it leaves out a lot of the other expertise in the continent that English is not their mother tongue. So there are various systemic challenges that make African expertise really shine within the international space. And as the Africa Adaptation Initiative, we've realized this challenge, and we have launched what we call the ACXG, the Africa Climate Expert Group, where we actually are reaching out to adaptation experts, where we provide them with that platform. Because the reality is, our skills in adaptation, this is something that we never really learned in school. We are really actually just trying to understand adaptation now. What we learned in school is environmental science. We learned ecology. We learned wildlife management. We learned water resources management. We didn't learn adaptation. And therefore, that sort of scaling up to where now expertise are available to actually address adaptation challenges is really important. So this ACXG, what we are establishing, is something that I think would be at least a platform where we can support African expertise to do more adaptation. And actually, just on the last point, connected to this expertise in the continent, we see that even reflected in the international space, such as the IPCC. The IPCC, you don't, even if you look at the IPCC report, sixth assessment report, you can actually see that even in the adaptation report, that expertise from the continent are less than, 20% or even 10%. Expertise for adaptation, even the IPCC. African authors are not well represented in IPCC. So it is really a challenge, and I'm hoping that the organizations that are sitting here, we can work together to ensure that African expertise are provided with the platform to shine, because the capacity does actually exist. Thank you.
Thank you, Kolform. So I think we've got a question there. Yes, please. Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, I hope you can hear me. Am I on?
Yeah, if you can introduce yourself, please. Yeah.
Okay, I'm Zoleka Katambo. I'm from the United Nations Refugee Agency. And this is for Winfred, because my eyes literally lit up when you said refugees. But at the same time, you did mention that your grants are going to establish SMEs, and we know that doesn't go together with refugees. They're looking for some seed capital, something to start off with. So I just wanted to find out from you, how are you assisting refugees with regards to the grant you mentioned in the program? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. I should answer first, right?
No, go ahead, yeah.
You're right. And when we've completed our market assessment of the markets that we are targeting, the two things we noted was, one, we will have a challenge actually reaching refugees, because, and maybe also before I respond to the challenges that we noted, one slight clarification is that we are looking to work with high-growth, medium-sized SMEs that are going to create employment for refugees and other target groups that I had mentioned earlier. But even then, we still did notice that we were not getting as many, because when we did the market assessment, we actually went and talked to government, we talked to these SMEs, and we noted that, I think, even like when we did for South Africa, we got to speak to, I think, like 2 or 3 SMEs that were working in a way that they were creating employment for refugees. And the other subsector that we knew we would struggle with was persons living with disabilities. So for those two, the idea right now is we'll go to market and we will let the applications roll in. But we are, because it's a 7-year program, 7 years is a long time, what we will end up doing is having sector-specific or subsector-specific windows that now like rain on that particular group. So these are removed from, so it's not, it now stops being a certain organization maybe that is working with refugees competing with an established SME somewhere in Cape Town, for instance, or in Nairobi, for instance. So we've done that previously with programs that we've run, where we go to market, we get the initial calls for applications, we then look at the statistics and realize, oh, we actually didn't get to cover some subsectors. And normally it's usually just qualifying what we knew would happen, and then now we run sector specific. So there's one of the programs we run are country specific. We do for Zimbabwe, we run one for South Sudan. So we do end up, because we do want the program to have that equality aspect. So to answer you, yes, we know that will be a challenge. And for that, the idea is first, go to market, get who we get, and then run those specific windows that are not targeting those particular subgroups.
And we'll take one final question.
Thank you very much. Adeyinka Badijo from the World Food Programme. If time permits, my question is almost to all the panel members. Thank you really for your engaging insights that you have shared. I think the Secretary General from Madagascar Ministry of Environment, you highlighted many challenges that you are facing in Madagascar, despite having all the strategic documents. And I was very pleased to hear from Madame Kultum sitting next to you that there is technical expertise on the continent, and also hearing from our global institution partners as well as the African institutions. My question is, COP29 is months away. And we heard in an earlier session this morning that COP29 is a finance COP. We also heard from one of the panelists earlier today that some countries in our region are taking a country-centric approach. However, we need to go to these global conversations as a regional or continental bloc. So my question to you, the panelists, is with COP29 a few months away, how are we coalescing, utilizing the structures, the regional structures that exist, the continental structures that exist, to ensure that Africa is on its best footing when we go to these global negotiations? I would like to hear from the government representative from Madagascar within the SADC framework. What are discussions that are happening to make sure that Africa is negotiating, or the SADC region is negotiating as a bloc, et cetera, and how are your institutions supporting in preparing for those conversations? Thank you.
We'll get the Secretary General of the Ministry to answer that, and the others, they can answer it whilst you have your cocktail post-plenary. But Monsieur le Secrétaire Général,
oui.
Concernant la COP 29.
Oui. Merci de m'avoir donné la parole. Merci pour la question. Pour le cas de Madagascar, parce qu'il faut tout d'abord partir au niveau national pour pouvoir s'inscrire au niveau international. C'est difficile de tout de suite suivre une trajectoire toute faite et qui finalement ne pourrait pas se répondre aux priorités. Pour Madagascar, au niveau national, nous avons lancé une stratégie nationale pour la participation au COP, pas seulement au COP de la convention UNFCCC, mais la CDP également, et la convention de l'UNFCCD. Donc les conventions de Rio, les trois conventions de Rio, il y a tout d'abord au niveau national une interconnexion qu'il faut assurer, mais aussi il faut aussi que tous les acteurs au niveau national soient consultés dans le cadre de dialogues nationaux pour les jeunes, pour les organisations de la société civile, dialogues nationaux pour les ONG, pour le secteur privé et pour le secteur public, bien évidemment. Après avoir formulé ces positions nationales sur les différentes conventions, c'est après cela que Madagascar va porter sa voix au niveau des groupes, notamment les groupes dans lesquels il se trouve, surtout le groupe africain, le groupe G77, Chine et tout ça, pour dire que il faut d'abord avoir une position nationale avant d'aller vers ces positions internationales-là. Le problème dans les différentes participations au COP, justement, c'est cette, je dirais, absence d'appropriation de certains pays. Il y a des membres de délégation qui vont à ces réunions au niveau des groupes techniques, des groupes régionaux, mais qui finalement ne comprennent rien aux gros enjeux là. Il faut vraiment, avant la préparation au COP, avoir je dirais, des rencontres plus stratégiques et moins techniques, parce que là, avant les COP, on est plus sur le SBA, SABSTA, des réunions très techniques et qui finalement ne permettent pas d'avoir cet aspect stratégique-là pour vraiment dans cette perspective de diplomatie verte pour unir la voix des pays africains. Donc il faut multiplier les plateformes et les discussions, les forums de ce genre. Il faut que nous aboutissions à quelque chose de vraiment plus concret, je dirais plus au-delà des mots et des phrases. Voilà.
Merci. So I think this kind of platform is designed to have a more coherent, cohesive African voice and African position, so that we can have a better negotiating or bargaining power in terms of at the negotiating table, which I'm sure Kulthum will be part of. So a round of applause for our panelists. I'm just going to ask you to stay here just for a minute as we watch the message from the minister from Mali, please.
Alors, vous savez, notre pays, comme l'ensemble des pays du Sahel, est confronté à une récurrence de crises de sécheresse depuis plusieurs décennies, qui sont essentiellement des conséquences des changements climatiques. Alors, les défis auxquels nous sommes confrontés sont de deux ordres. Premièrement, c'est comment développer des systèmes alimentaires résilients au changement climatique et comment, en cas de survenue des crises liées justement au changement climatique telles que la sécheresse ou les inondations, comment disposer des ressources à temps pour venir en aide aux populations rendues vulnérables par cette situation-là qui doivent être assistées dans les temps. Alors vous savez, les difficultés auxquelles nous sommes confrontés, c'est comment mobiliser les ressources, comme je viens de le dire, c'est lié à la première question, c'est comment mobiliser des ressources à temps pour venir en aide, parce que vous savez, quand une crise est déclarée, qu'elle soit due à des inondations, à une série ou à la sécheresse, il faudrait que les populations qui sont victimes de cette crise soient assistées dans un temps bien déterminé. Alors il n'est pas toujours possible ou facile de disposer des ressources à temps pour faire face à cette situation. Et donc la grande difficulté, c'est malgré les outils que nous avons, qui sont des fonds de sécurité alimentaire et les fonds communs des partenaires, c'est qu'au niveau de ces fonds-là, que les dispositions soient prises pour que les ressources soient là à temps, de façon à ce que les réponses appropriées soient apportées. Ça, ce sont les difficultés. Et ces difficultés sont liées aussi à l'indice très élevé, l'indice de risque très élevé de notre pays, qui est lié justement à cette vulnérabilité au choc climatique qui est dû un peu à sa situation géographique. Comme je viens de le dire, le pays est situé pour la plus grande partie de son territoire sur la bande sahélienne et qui subit des sécheresses récurrentes depuis plusieurs décennies. Alors, comment faire pour combler ces déficits? D'abord, nous avons des organes de concertation avec les partenaires techniques et financiers. Dans le cadre de ces organes-là, nous avons travaillé pour mettre en place un fonds commun des partenaires. Il s'agit maintenant d'œuvrer à l'approvisionnement, ce que ce compte-là soit abondé par les partenaires pour que des ressources soient disponibles au moment où les besoins d'assister se déclarent, d'apporter de l'assistance se déclarent. Ça, c'est une chose. L'autre opportunité aussi, c'est le système d'assurance, le fait de l'opportunité que nous donne ARC et ARC Replica pour réassurer les risques sécheresse. Et cette assurance, on l'a vu en 2022 avec les paiements pour les Mali qui faisaient suite à une crise de sécheresse qui avait été déclarée en 2022. Et ça nous a permis de disposer des ressources conséquentes pour apporter les aides dans les zones qui ont été touchées. Merci beaucoup. En fait, comme je le disais lors de la dernière COP, la 14e COP à Addis Abeba, à laquelle j'ai participé, j'ai eu l'occasion de co-animer aussi un panel de haut niveau sur ce sujet-là. Une opportunité que nous offre ARC, qui est une institution spécialisée de l'Union africaine, c'est de mettre en commun les moyens des pays africains pour venir en aide à ceux d'entre eux qui vont être touchés par la sécheresse, sachant que l'ensemble des pays de l'Afrique ne vont pas être touchés de la même façon et en même temps. Donc le fait de mutualiser les moyens pour venir en aide à des pays qui vont être touchés revient à ce qu'on a appelé des solutions africaines face aux défis africains. Donc c'est une opportunité que nous appelons, en tout cas au niveau du Mali, à consolider, c'est-à-dire cette mutuelle panafricaine de gestion des risques. C'est un mécanisme qu'il faut consolider et nous remercions le Programme alimentaire mondial qui, depuis le début, accompagne le Mali dans le cadre de l'opération Réplica, donc qui réplique l'assurance du Mali, de façon à ce qu'en cas de survenue de sécheresse, le Mali bénéficie de 2 paiements. Un paiement au profit du Programme alimentaire mondial qui permet d'assister toujours les populations maliennes et un autre paiement au profit du gouvernement du Mali et qui sont mis en œuvre ensemble de façon complémentaire. On l'a vu en 2022, mais on l'a vu aussi l'année dernière lorsque le PAM a bénéficié de ce paiement-là. Donc je pense que c'est une opportunité et ce qui permettra aussi, on l'a vu maintenant qu'on parle de plus en plus de fonds climat, on a les fonds de Dubaï dont on peut parler et l'assurance ARC peut faire les liens avec ces fonds-là et contribuer à mobiliser ces fonds-là au profit des pays africains.
So, fantastic, thank you. I think one main message from there is the importance of collaboration, and no one person is going to do it, or no one agency is going to do it. And I think that's also the message that Adeyinka put across: is we need to collaborate if we're going to have a cohesive position, and if we're going to solve some of these immense challenges that we face. Another round of applause to our panelists, and then we'll pass it on to Ibrahima. Thank you.
No, it's fine. It's okay. You can go like you said. Well, thank you very much, Omar, for the great moderation. Give a round of applause for our moderation. And to our speakers for the vast knowledge they display on stage, which is extremely informative, but also add to the conversation. I am mindful that I'm standing between yourself and your cocktail, where you're supposed to be active networking, because that's indeed part of the proceedings. And we'll certainly keep it short so you can go and active network. I don't know about you, I am super excited about how the day went. It completely exceeded our expectation, particularly given the quality of the discussion, but also the way we're engaged throughout the day. I wanted, on behalf of the co-conveners, express our gratitude and thank all of you for your contribution throughout the day. But obviously, a very special recognition to WFP, which what most people don't actually know behind the scene. If WFP did not help the way they did, I don't think Roundtable will take place. And Adeyinka and the original director have been extremely involved in making sure we have all the resources that made it possible. So my co-conveners want to express our gratitude to you, but also to the support that our focal point have provided under the leadership of Eva from ARC and all the co-conveners, and the lady that doesn't sleep, Michelle, we may have seen her name everywhere, but extremely involved and made it possible. Now, I am extremely grateful for the feedback we got on the roundtable, particularly the panel roundtable. I heard some great feedback on the format, the fact that we did not actually have panel members in the roundtable made it possible to be inclusive, participatory, because the members of the roundtable are indeed panelists. And most people have seen event where you attended for 2 days, you never had the opportunity to say words, and the fact that you have a session where it's really about what you think as opposed to what the panel members think, I think Surrey has been extremely successful so far as a format. Now, obviously, we can improve. I heard some people say we should be more inclusive, by having the civil society, private sector, by all means in the future, we'll make sure we can be at least inclusive. Now, what we will do tomorrow, each of those panels will ask them to come up with 3-4 actionable recommendations, with the hope that those recommendations will also come with the feasibility of how do we make it happen, both in terms of financing, but also in terms of capacity building. So hopefully tomorrow, as you report back, we'll hear more details about those great ideas that came out of your sessions. It is also important to remind you, part of the session tomorrow, extremely important, and that is the announcement. We've given co-conveners the opportunity to come up with 3-4 announcements to make tomorrow, but also those who are not co-conveners certainly will take the floor and say a few words about what is it they bring to the table. And the idea is if there's any project, initiative, funding that are coming up that you're involved in, or great ideas, or big ideas you wanted to pull together our resources to make it happen, by all means, that's the opportunity to make an announcement. And that announcement obviously will go to the communique of the event. So at least we can all demonstrate that in addition to our discussions, something tangible came out from our conversations. There's a lot of conversation about how do we sustain this, and I think we'll discuss this tomorrow. And that is, some even suggested having a rotating roundtable around Africa. So it's not just in Joburg, where we got a couple of visa issues, but in other parts of Africa so we can build ownership. So hopefully we can discuss this tomorrow in terms of how do we sustain this. Overall, super excited, super happy with the way it went, exceeded our expectation. By all means, tomorrow is going to be another great day where we can wrap up our conversation. But I want to thank all of you on behalf of the co-conveners for the great job we've done together. And I liked, as I say, the parallel session was just great size, great stakeholders, and eventually we got the opportunity to all of you to make sure that the conversation doesn't stay in the corridors, but they stay in the room so we can benefit from your wisdom, your expertise, and your experience. Let's repeat it again tomorrow. Enjoy your cocktail, and we'll see you tomorrow as well. Thank you very much.